Chapter 859. The air of the divine city was filled with the smell of blood. 41 bloody incidents had occurred on the day before the battle, and many people had died. All of this was because of the ultimate confrontation that was about to begin. I'll bet a piece of 9 heavens divine jade, scarlet jade king, that Yuan Gu will win. A world-shocking gamble had begun. The 9 heavens divine jade was a divine material that could be used to forge divine weapons. It was difficult to find in this world and could be considered priceless treasures. Even saints would be tempted. A piece of great Luo silver essence. The monkey arrived and gambled generously with that ancient race expert. It was also a rare divine material the size of a human's head that was rarely seen in many years. Sacred Prince, are you betting on the human race's divine physique to win? An ancient race expert was somewhat dissatisfied, but due to the other party's status, he didn't act out directly. Can't I? The monkey cast a sidelong glance and said in a domineering manner, could it be that all the ancient tribes belong to the primordial lake race? This world-shocking gamble was something that everyone could participate in. Of course, there were also private gamblers that only took place between 2 people. They were betting on rare treasures because no one else could take them out. On the other side of the gambling house, Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, and Li Tian were also betting on Yifan to win and cut off Yuan Gu's head. However, it was difficult for them to bet privately like the monkey because divine materials were too rare. Even the ancient race's precious materials were not enough. Who would be willing to take them out? In another gambling house, the Heavenly Prince's appearance made all the cultivators nervous. He took out a sparkling and translucent pendant. It didn't emit any radiance, but it was enough to move people's hearts. The Tao Comprehension Tea Tree's core. When someone revealed the origins of this pendant, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people turned pale with fright. This was a priceless material that couldn't be exchanged for anything. It really is the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree's core. The gambling house immediately flared up. What kind of heaven-defying treasure was this? With it in hand, one's cultivation would be much faster. It could help one comprehend the Tao and was an immortal treasure that one could only dream of. Left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor, very quickly, people thought of some ancient secrets. Back then, the undying Heavenly Emperor chopped down the Tao Comprehension Tree and refined it into a Tao coffin. He buried himself in the style of a god, and no one could compare to him since ancient times. It was clear that this Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree heart was real, obtained after being refined, left for his son. It was difficult to find a second one in this world, a dreamlike level immortal material. The crystalline heart of the tree was only the size of a longan. It was warm and translucent, and it emanated strand after strand of ripples of the Tao. They interweaved into an expanse of mysterious and profound markings in the surroundings, and they were innately capable of resonating with the Tao. This gambling house was in an uproar, and news immediately spread. This pendant was too precious, and its value was almost immeasurable. I bet that Yuan Gu will win, and the blood of the human race's sacred physique will be sprinkled all over Qixia Plain. The Heavenly Prince's complexion was like jade as he calmly spoke. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. His body was sparkling and translucent, almost perfect. He could be considered a flawless man. Everyone in the divine city knew about it, and many people rushed there. I'll bet with you. A human race old cultivator brought out a damaged holy weapon. The Heavenly Prince shook his head in disdain and said, far from enough. You don't have the qualifications at all. If you want to bet with me, then you have to reveal your own stake. At the very least, you have to bring out a great emperor's ancient scripture. This poor Taoist will bet with you. Duande immediately appeared. The grave robber couldn't remain calm, bringing out 2 stalks of ancient king medicine. This immediately triggered a huge commotion. King medicine. A single stalk can prolong one's life by several hundred years, yet he brought out 2 at once. What kind of background does this damn fatty have? This truly left everyone shocked. The drying up of one's lifespan was a problem that every cultivator had to face in the end. A single stalk of king medicine was hard to find, let alone 2 living stalks at once. Only a few people knew of Duanda's identity. They warned the people around them, saying, "Shoo, lower your voice. Don't slander him. This is someone who holds grudges the most. Be careful of your family's ancestral graves being dug up. 2 stalks of king medicine isn't enough. If you want to steal the Chilan divine medicine seed, then that's more like it." The heavenly prince laughed coldly. At this moment, everyone came to a realization. He came specifically for the undying medicine on Yifan's body. This was a bet of life and death. Woof! The Black Emperor growled, secretly hating that he couldn't find Yifan's whereabouts. Otherwise, he was prepared to throw caution to the wind and gamble. His large eyes stared at the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, his heart unable to shift. Meanwhile, the monkey, Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others also came. They stared at the heavenly prince and forcefully restrained themselves from rushing over to kill him. This was because he had a protector by his side. Of course, the people around him didn't dare to make a move against them. As long as the victorious fighting Buddha existed in this world, all those who went against him would have to be on tenterhooks. "Sacred Prince, how about we make a bet? If you don't have a suitable stake, then pick out 1 or 2 of your father's scriptures." The heavenly prince said. "This bastard is provoking me." The Black Emperor bared his teeth. "Why don't we go to Sunset Perch Plains and have a great battle? If I die, you can take away the scriptures left behind by my father. If you die, I can take away the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's heart." The monkey opposed with equal harshness. "What's there to argue about? We are all members of the royal family that survived since the ancient times. We should get along with each other." An ancient race elder stepped out to mediate. In the end, the monkey and the heavenly prince both snorted coldly. The primordial royal family appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but when had they ever truly gotten along? They each controlled a few powerful tribes and rarely did they unite against external enemies. "This poor Daoist will make a bet with you." At this moment, a young Daoist walked in. In his hand was a page of scripture that flowed with Tao marks. Before anyone could see it clearly, he had already put it away. "Who are you? What are you going to bet with me?" the heavenly prince asked indifferently. However, his heart was shaken. That page of scripture just now was definitely not an ordinary item. This poor Daoist is Yuanshi. I will use a scroll of Yuanshi scripture as the wager. The young Daoist revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and smiled confidently. "I've never heard of it before. You want to use a random scripture to compete with the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's heart?" A person beside the heavenly prince sneered. Swoosh! The page of scripture flickered once again. 9 mysterious ancient characters burst forth with brilliance and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a type of Tao rhythm in the air. This immediately caused all the experts to be astonished. How about it? There are 9 emperor characters on it. Is the wager enough? This Daoist was naturally Yifan. He had also come to the God City. Now that his origin technique was not far from the heavenly master realm, even if he had the heaven's eye, no one would be able to see through his true body. "Alright, I will bet with you." A world-shaking gamble began. Sunset Perch Plains was an ancient battlefield. Not even a blade of grass grew here. It was vast and boundless. It had existed since the ancient times, and there were countless legends about it. According to the ancient records of the various races, the Yuan Emperor killed the strongest opponent in his life here. From then on, he walked on the path of invincibility and finally became an emperor. Yuan Gu chose this place for the decisive battle. His determination and meaning were obvious. He was determined to prove his Tao and walk on his own Supreme Emperor's path. Early in the morning, a ray of multicolored light streaked across the sky. The bright red sun rose from the horizon, illuminating the plains and making this place much livelier. At this moment, Sunset Perch Plains was not deserted. It was already densely packed with people. It was unknown how many cultivators had crossed the void and arrived. Moreover, it was still ongoing. From time to time, the domain gates would open. Everyone had been waiting for this battle for many days. This was originally a wilderness, but now it was filled with a sea of people. One couldn't see the end with a single glance, and it became a kind of wonder. The Southern Mountains barbarian king had arrived. He rode on the back of the azure dragon and descended. Those who were attentive saw a small black turtle lying on his head, and their hearts were all shaken. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace have also arrived. A group of ancient demons descended, including the Southern Demon and Chihuahua. They did not want to miss this battle. Amitba. Buddhist chants rang out. Several golden arhats appeared, and behind them were more than 10 young monks. Buddhist light shone from the back of each of their heads, forming a wheel, mysterious and powerful. They are from the Great Lane Temple. Quite a few people cried out in alarm. There were many ancient temples in the western desert, but in terms of their roots, they all originated from Mount Meru. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. The people from the primitive lake had arrived. They were a dense mass of over 1,000 people, and among them, there were no less than 100 from the Emperor clan. There were even ancient kings among them. Not to mention anything else, just this aura alone was enough to intimidate any opponent. With an ancestral king overseeing the formation, who wouldn't be shocked? On the contrary, Yuan Gu would definitely be more domineering. Can Yi Fan win? Ji Ziyue was filled with worry as she searched with her big eyes. Yi Fan had not arrived yet. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Ji Haoyue, flanked by quite a few old-timers from the Ji clan. What right does the divine physique have to compete with the ancient emperor's bloodline? Why did you muster such a large force? We can kill him with our own hands. Over 1,000 people had gathered at the primitive lake, and quite a few radical young disciples were discussing. They didn't accept the divine physique at all and believed that there was no need for Yuan Gu to make a move. They were enough. Immediately, many people from the neighboring ancient tribes responded. In a moment, the atmosphere here was flourishing to the extreme. Yuan Gu hadn't appeared yet, but this place was already boiling over. Where is the human race's divine physique? A young man from the ancient race stood up and said with a cold gaze, "You want to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline? I don't think there is a need. I will kill you myself." This was a youth from the king race, one of the 8 great king races under the primitive lake. His cultivation had reached the great circle of Immortal 2 and was about to sever one's Tao. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was definitely arranged by someone. On one hand, they made Yuan Gu's aura flourish, and on the other hand, they attacked the human race's divine physique, continuously weakening his aura before the battle. It wasn't necessarily the royal family of the primitive lake who wanted to do this. It was possible that the powerful tribes under them had made this decision. That's right. What does the human race's divine physique count for? What qualifications does he have to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline? I think I should go out and kill him first. Another young expert from the ancient race stood up. A group of filthy brats. This poor Taoist will kill you all. At this moment, a tall and sturdy figure stepped forward. Who are you? This poor Taoist is Tong Tian. I will kill all of you rotten firewood. Don't affect the real battle. The young Taoist who called himself Tong Tian strode forward. Since you dare to come, then it will be a battle of life and death. The few ancient race members who had been clamoring just now walked forward with a fiendish smile. This poor Taoist will send you all on your way. The young Taoist shouted loudly and unexpectedly attacked the few people at the same time. In an instant, all kinds of lights danced in the air. These people were all sucked in and began a battle of life and death. However, the battle didn't last for long. Very soon, blood splashed everywhere as several ancient race members were cut in half, dyeing the ground red with their blood. The dragon sparrow soared through the sky. The eastern wasteland's demon giants had arrived. The crimson dragon Daoist, the successor of the sky demon palace, Yao Yuekong, and a group of people descended. Among them was a woman who looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her style was peerless and could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She was the Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ryu. On the other side, the realm gate opened. Saint Child Yaoguang appeared with the identity of the successor. He had an indescribable temperament, and many old antiques guarded and respected him. The 9 Phoenix ancestor has arrived. In the distance, an ancient divine carriage appeared in the void with 9 terrifying archaic beasts pulling it. No one had thought that this battle would alarm such a peerless character. No one is allowed to be rude and cause trouble. Let the human race's divine physique fight against the ancient race. A cold voice came from the carriage. Chapter 860. The 9 Phoenix ancestor had appeared. He was the existence with the highest hopes of becoming the great sage. The carriage pulled by 9 ancient beasts stopped in the sky, causing many people to shudder in fear. The noisy dawn perch plains became much quieter. All sorts of clamor died down. Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that such a character would come to watch the battle. It's best if all of you shut up. Daoist Heavenspan was extremely tall and sturdy. His black hair shone and his bronze skin flickered with a healthy luster. He had an imposing aura. None of the younger generation from the various primeval tribes dared to make any more noise. After all, ancestral King 9 Phoenix had spoken, and no one wanted to provoke him. Many of the younger generation glared at this so-called Daoist Heavenspan. That looks like the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor. Yen Ryu's expression changed. She was devastatingly beautiful as she gazed into the distance. Pang Bo. In the distance, Yi Fan was excited. Other people's clairvoyance couldn't see through him, but his heavenly eye could. He had never thought that Pang Bo would appear at this critical moment and return alive. Who are you? Pang Bo saw him approaching and looked over vigilantly. This humble Daoist is Yuanshi. Yi Fan smiled. Pang Bo immediately laughed and walked over in large strides. The two of them punched each other. They had gone through life and death together. They had come to this world together through trials and tribulations, and now they were finally able to meet again. It had been 12 years since they last saw each other. It really wasn't easy for them to meet again. Yi Fan had traveled alone in the desolate star domain while Pang Bo had experienced life and death battles in the eastern wasteland. What about the Ziwei ancient star domain? Are there any legendary ancients from Earth? It's the same as here. Figures have appeared before, but they all went down the ancient starry sky path. Where did you go? Why did you only appear now? I escaped into the immortal palace outside the ancient forbidden land. My harvest there wasn't small. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words. Their hearts couldn't calm down at all. To be able to meet again in this foreign land made them feel excited and close. They walked out of the battlefield together and merged into the crowd, disappearing from sight. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow sprinkled over the earth. The entire ancient battlefield was suffused with radiance, giving this barren land an additional auspicious aura. When the realm gate opened, the great sage Dian, Zifu, and Dao Yi appeared one after the other. There were many people, from the white-haired old man to the heroic young generation, all of them came to watch the battle. Among them, there was a purple-clothed young lady who was bright and beautiful. Many people were discussing in low voices, saying that she was an innate Daokor, a future heaven's pride goddess. She was exceptionally eye-catching. Not long after, the people of the Central State's Great Xia arrived on a cloud, like a group of heavenly soldiers and generals. Their armors flickered, and the one in the lead was Xia Yiming, who had now become the Great Xia Lord. Beside him followed the white-clothed little nun, who was full of mischief. The people from Divine Silkworm Ridge have arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. An elder walked over on foot, followed by more than 10 men and women. They appeared from the horizon. Their appearance is unremarkable and ordinary, but they made many king clans tremble in fear. This old silkworm was the Divine Silkworm Princess' younger brother. The clouds surged, and Jiuli, Guhua, and the other Central State Divine Dynasty appeared one after another in the distant sky. This battle had a great impact, and almost all the famous great powers in the world had arrived. Even the aloof Jade Pool had people here. The Jade Pool Saintess stood in the clouds, elegant like an exiled immortal. She watched from the distant sky, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. Dark clouds rolled, and an ancient ancestor king appeared. He breathed in and out at the end of the world, sitting cross-legged in the black mist like an ancient demon god, coldly watching the Qixia battlefield. The appearance of such an existence immediately made this place a bit more tense. Many people were trembling with fear, almost falling to the ground. Not long after, people found the saint of Tianxian Stone Square. He was stooped and holding a walking stick. He looked very weak, but his appearance immediately made many cultivators of the human race feel at ease. Time's up. Human race saintess, have you arrived? A loud roar resounded through Qixia Plain, like the roar of a demon god. The entire earth trembled. Yuan Gu had appeared. There was an uproar as everyone flew into the sky to see one of the main characters of this decisive battle. The person with the ancient emperor's bloodline stood there like a demon lord, frightening everyone. He was tall, and his black hair hung loosely down to his waist. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance that shot out dozens of meters of solid light, frightening people's hearts and souls. This type of expert full of demonic nature stood alone at the center of Sunset Perch Plains. There was a type of, if I can't do it, who else can I do it? I am the most supreme, extremely domineering, looking down on all directions. Human race saintess, are you afraid? Time's up, so why don't you dare come? Are you afraid of my ancient emperor's bloodline? He'll die without a doubt if he comes. His constitution isn't good enough, so how can he compete with the incomparable ancient emperor's bloodline? He's far inferior in terms of forbidden secret arts and realm. He'll die for sure if he comes. Many young experts of Primitive Lake shouted, and some even came out of the crowd to provoke the center of the battlefield. They wanted to weaken Yi Fan's momentum, and everything was for Yuan Gu to win. Just now, Daoist Tong Tian had mysteriously jumped out and killed them like vegetables. Moreover, the 9 Phoenix King had also appeared, so they couldn't be too excessive. Now that the great battle was about to start, they no longer had any misgivings. They knew that Yi Fan would definitely come, so they brazenly mocked him and wanted to stir up great waves in his heart. The human race's saintess is only so-so. If you don't dare to fight against the ancient emperor's bloodline, why don't I come out? I can still cut you down with my sword. Gotcha! At this moment, a golden streak of lightning tore through the sky, causing many people to close their eyes. It was too dazzling and bright as it streaked across the sky. Noisy. Yi Fan appeared. He turned into a humanoid lightning as he descended from the sky. His left foot stepped on someone's chest, while his right foot stomped on the face of an ancient race expert. Bang! Bang! The 2 young ancient race experts who were still clamoring just now were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs. They were trampled down from the sky by Yi Fan and collapsed at his feet. You! In front of him, several ancient race youths couldn't help but retreat. They were terrified when facing the saintess of the human race. That terrifying aura caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Scram! Yi Fan shouted coldly. He exerted force with his foot and kicked out two people, causing them to collide with the people in front of him. They were prepared, but they couldn't block that kind of force. It was as if they had been hit by a great mountain. They all spat out blood as their bodies were torn apart. They flew out and fell weakly to the ground. The human race's saint disappeared. His entire body was bathed in divine splendor. He was calm and composed, and an aura that caused others to tremble pervaded the air. He walked forward step by step like an immortal divine statue that towered between the heaven and earth. There was no need to hide it. He was like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor that ruled over the world. Every pore on his body was emitting boundless light that submerged the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, his spirit, energy, and soul had become one. His battle intent could split the heavens as he pressed forward with an indomitable spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. The clouds in all directions moved. I was just waiting for you to appear. Yuan Gu roared and turned into a beam of black light as he rushed over. He immediately attacked without any nonsense. Boom! Yuan Gu's fist blasted out. A bright moon rose from the sea, creating millions of blue waves. A divine moon hacked down and covered the area in front of it, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Yi Fan raised his hand, attacking like a deity, grabbing a hidden vein underground with a single motion. It moved through the heavens, as if he was brandishing a true dragon, smashing downwards. The earth and rocks shattered as the two of them violently shook. They were like two suns that erupted with millions of dazzling rays of light, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Is this the collision of the strongest bloodlines? The others really can't compare. Anyone who goes up will be turned into a bloody pulp. The collision between the two was like a collision between two worlds. Boundless light shone in all directions, causing the clouds to collapse dozens of miles away. The heaven and earth cracked like beautiful jade. This was a disastrous exchange. Everyone was falling back. They originally thought that they were standing in a safe area, but it seemed that it was far from enough. There was a kind of Tao transformation aura pervading the battlefield. The heaven and earth were illuminated, and there was a resplendent expanse. Two tall figures were fighting in the middle. Their appearances could not be seen, and only two resplendent silhouettes could be seen. Every strike caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if two deities were fighting. Everything else had disappeared, leaving only the two of them as the only source of light. Boom! In the final strike, they crossed paths and then stopped. They silently sized each other up from an endless distance. The endless brilliance disappeared, and the heaven and earth regained their clarity. The plains had collapsed and were in a state of desolation. It was as if a catastrophe had happened, and it was extremely terrifying. All directions were silent, especially the elites of the younger generation. They felt a chill from head to toe. The disparity was too great. It was truly a tragedy to be born in the same era as these two people. How could the others compete? Even if they were in the same realm, they would probably be killed by a single punch from these two without any suspense. What was a peerless bloodline? What was unrivaled among the same generation? These two gave the best interpretation. Even if they were at the same cultivation level and stood at the same peak, their battle prowess would still differ from person to person. I'm still alright after stretching my muscles a bit, said Yuan Gu. Everyone's expressions changed. Was this still not a true confrontation? Was it just a probing exchange? How strong would they be in a true battle? Then let's fight. Yi Fan roared and took the initiative to attack. His body was enveloped in a layer of divine splendor as if he was an awakening celestial emperor. His aura devoured the mountains and rivers, and his head of hair became resplendent as they danced behind him. He blasted a punch forward. Ho! Yuan-gu roared towards the sky like a demon lord crossing over. His black hair draped over his shoulders as he also rushed forward to attack. His eyes were frightening. Boom! The two clashed, and it was as if two parts of the sky had collapsed. A destructive aura rushed out as their bodies burned and blossomed with millions upon millions of rays of light. What? You don't even have any defenses. Do you want to die together? We've just started, yet we're already going to decide life and death. This is too fast. Everyone in the surroundings cried out in alarm. They all had their mouths wide open as they nervously watched everything unfold. Yi Fan's fist seemed to have pierced through the 9 heavens. All kinds of symbols curled around his golden fist and fingers, emitting a terrifying sound similar to the cry of the heavens. Boundless light illuminated everything. Yuan-gu was the same. The aftermath of his jet-black fist destroyed the mountains and rivers, turning everything within 100 miles into a great desert without any signs of life. Pft! Pft! Neither of them dodged and struck their opponent with the might of millions upon millions. Yi Fan's fist pierced through half of Yuan-gu's head and shot out horizontally, staining it with a large amount of blood. Meanwhile, Yuan-gu's fist also pierced through his chest, causing golden holy blood to splatter everywhere. This was a method of mutual destruction, and it was extremely shocking. Every single drop of blood, every single blast of wind from their fists was terrifying, destroying the great earth and collapsing the heavens. Endless Tao patterns interweaved, splitting the heavens and earth apart, forming a terrifying great Tao rumbling sound that was deafening to the ears. Pfft! Yuan-gu was incomparably cold. He forcefully tore apart half of Yi Fan's chest. The ancient emperor's bloodline was unparalleled and surpassed everything. It was almost like the revival of the young Yuan emperor. Pfft! However, the human race's saint physique was comparable to the deities. With a long roar, he struggled free and almost split Yuan-gu in half. Large amounts of blood gushed out from half of his body. Chapter 861. No one would have thought that they would engage in the cruelest and most primitive form of close combat. Blood was dripping everywhere. This was a scene that no one could bear to see. This was a contest between the ancient emperor's bloodline and the human race's divine physique. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Which of the two physiques was stronger? All of this was about to be revealed. Pooh! Blood gushed out. Yuan-gu's majestic body was cleaved into 2 halves, causing a rain of blood to fly outwards. The hearts of many people from the ancient clans almost stopped beating. How could this be? The Supreme Emperor looked down upon the ancient times. His physique was invincible, able to sweep through the 3,000 worlds and reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was nothing they couldn't do. His bloodline descendants were peerless. It was the same as the rebirth of the young Yuan emperor, able to compete with the human race's divine physique. However, why was there such a terrifying scene in front of them? Yuan-gu was cleaved into 2 halves. Regardless of whether it was the ancient clans or the human race, they were all seething with excitement. No one dared to believe this. The Supreme Emperor could suppress the heavens with a single hand and look down upon the ages. After confirming the Tao, it was rare for him to meet someone worthy of taking action. He represented the strongest. The blood of the Yuan Emperor flowed within Yuan-gu's body. Everyone in the ancient race knew that his body represented immortality. No one could contend against him unless the other ancient princes took action. However, this human race's divine physique that they didn't know too much about had actually done it. Could it be that the human race's physique could compete with the young Yuan Emperor? Sunset Perch Plains was in chaos. All the ancient clans were panicking. How did the human race become so terrifying? They were far stronger than before. Were they still the weak race of the past? Pang! Suddenly, Yi Fan's body also exploded. With his chest as the center, it had been pierced through by Yuan-Gu's fist. At this moment, it completely collapsed. Golden holy blood splashed out, creating a ghastly sight. Everyone cried out in alarm. Both of their bodies had been destroyed. This was too cruel. Both sides were injured. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others cried out in alarm. This was a bit too cruel. His body had been destroyed right from the start. This was too worrying. One has to know that this was the human race's divine physique. The bloodline of the archaic emperor is truly incomparable. It can even shatter the sacred body of the human race. It's truly horrifying. The Black Emperor said to himself. Little Yi. Ji Ziyue exclaimed. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with tears. She was somewhat terrified. As a descendant of the ancient emperors, she knew very well how terrifying this bloodline inheritance was. This was because the records of the emperor in her family were very clear. Essence light reincarnation wheel, shine on my undying body. On sunset perch plains, a low roar sounded. It was as if an ancient evil spirit was returning, breaking free from its shackles and slaughtering its way out of hell. A sparkling and resplendent treasure will appeared between the two halves of Yuan-Gu's body. It was untainted by even a speck of dust and emitted an inextinguishable radiance. The two halves of Yuan-Gu's body quickly merged together, and he was reborn in the blink of an eye. One of the secret arts of the primitive emperor, vital light reincarnation wheel. He borrowed the might of the heavens and earth to reconstruct his body and achieve immortality. He looked down upon the world and was invincible. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How were they supposed to fight like this? The most precious thing for cultivators was their life. Yuan-Gu's bloodline was peerless, and with such a secret method, it was simply impossible to defeat him. On the other side, a divine chain of order appeared and connected all of his flesh and divine blood together. With Walala sounds, they weaved together to form a Tao law of life. The golden blood that had spilled out flowed in reverse. Every piece of flesh and blood flowed in reverse and merged together. Yi Fan's body fused together and became one again. Hong! Divine splendor filled the air and rushed out from his pores. He had once again become a flawless body. Golden blood energy filled the sky as he recovered to his peak state. This similarly shocked the spectators. Both of them were unharmed. In the blink of an eye, they were full of vigor and their battle intent was even higher. They erupted with boundless light that was about to drown out the heaven and earth. The human race's sacred body, you truly exceeded my expectations. Yuan-Gu shouted loudly. You didn't exceed my expectations. Yi Fan replied with equal harshness. A world-shaking confrontation unfolded. Yuan-Guang reincarnation wheel. Yuan-Gu's words were cold like the echoes of an icehouse. These words resounded throughout Qixia Plain. Above his head, that precious will appeared again and flew out from his body. It illuminated his body until it was immortal and illuminated his enemies until they died. This was one of the Yuan Emperor's divine techniques and was extremely difficult to break. Blood flowed from the eyes of many people wherever the origin light passed. They retreated in fright. It was already like this from dozens of li away, so one could well imagine how terrifying its power would be when it was closer. Swoosh! Yi Fan disappeared from his original location. The secret technique of the celestial court's killing scripture was unleashed and turned into a god of death. The entire heaven and earth turned blood red as murderous intent filled every corner. Yuan Guang treasure wheel, illuminate 10,000 realms. You can't dodge it. Yuan Gu shouted in a low voice. The wheel suspended above his head illuminated all directions, and the void was continuously annihilated. It was like an exuberant divine furnace that stood amidst the world of ice and snow. It melted away all the wind and snow, and only itself existed eternally. When have I ever dodged it? An ice-cold voice sounded beside him. Yifan's finger was like a sword as it slashed downwards. Pfft! One of Yuan Gu's arms fell as blood gushed out. However, he didn't even blink as he said, Yuan Emperor's blood has never flowed in vain. The void trembled as the Yuan Guang treasure will fell and illuminated every drop of blood. It turned into a sea of blood that trapped Yifan within. One world in sand, this was a secret technique that only those with exceptional abilities could use. The drops of blood merged together and turned into a vast ocean. The entire Qixia plain became a sea of blood. Yuan Gu sat in the center with the Yuan Guang reincarnation will above his head. He began to chant an incantation in an attempt to refine Yifan. Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all things. A green lotus swayed and took root in the sea of blood, accompanying Yifan. He also sat down with primal chaos lingering around him. The three-leaf bitter sea green lotus was like an incarnation of Tao as it absorbed the power of the sea of blood to refine Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu snorted coldly and opened his eyes with a swoosh. He held the Yuan Guang reincarnation will in his hand and shone with a deathly light that suppressed Yifan. The sky collapsed as rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Amidst the sound of Tao, an immortal king rose behind Yifan. He sat high up in the 9 heavens and looked down at the vast earth. He stretched out a large hand and pressed downwards to obliterate the Yuan Guang treasure wheel. Clanging sounds rang out as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords attacking at the same time. The deathly light shot out by the Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel was hundreds of meters long and slashed towards the immortal king. Yifan roared loudly as his body merged with the immortal king. He held a green lotus in his hand and took a step down from the 9 heavens. He brandished the 3-leaf Tao lotus and shattered the 100,000 heavenly swords. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. He held the green lotus in his hand and slashed at the Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure wheel. A cracking sound rang out and the origin light dimmed as if it had disintegrated. Black deathly light splashed everywhere. However, the 3-leaf Tao lotus in Yifan's hand was like an incarnation of the Tao. Strands of primal chaos curled up around it and blocked all the black light. It became even more verdant and alluring. Caw! The Yuan Guang reincarnation treasure will collapsed and cracks appeared on its surface. Then, it exploded with a Bose sound. It was formed from the Tao laws and could be formed and destroyed indefinitely. However, Yuan Gu's expression also changed. Pow! Yifan merged with the immortal king and continuously brandished the green lotus in his hand, lashing out at Yuan Gu's body. Even someone as powerful as Yuan Gu's emperor blood body couldn't endure it and was almost split apart. This wasn't an ordinary injury and was left behind by the Tao lotus. It was extremely difficult to heal and made him cough out several mouthfuls of black blood. He quickly retreated and used the reincarnation will to heal himself. Divine Domain. Yuan Gu roared loudly and stabilized his declining momentum. His body emitted hundreds of millions of strands of multicolored light that turned into a divine domain. Within this space of 10 zhang, he was like a deity. The heaven and earth listened to his orders and everything was under his control. Swish! Yifan retreated and his body also erupted with boundless light. A golden circular domain appeared. His personal divine domain was opened and no techniques could touch him. He stood alone within it. The two of them each had their own domain. Hundreds of millions of divine splendor bloomed, covering every inch of the void. This illuminated the heaven and earth, making them incomparably divine and dignified. Boom! The great battle began once again as the two divine domains collided. The intense confrontation began as they turned into two streaks of lightning. Wherever they passed, mountains and rivers collapsed and became a scene of desolation. The mountain ridges were like paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. They slaughtered their way into the desolate mountain range from Sunset Perch Plain. It was as if they were establishing a new world and destroying all the old order. Large amounts of mountains flew up and were shattered into the sky by the aftermath. The battle between the two affected a wide area and affected everyone's hearts. People were following closely and nervously watching from the back. This battle had already been fought from dawn to noon, and over 1,000 exchanges had already passed. Dazzling multicolored light, resplendent light, and mysterious Tao laws emerged one after another, dazzling everyone's eyes. The wondrous techniques were endless. Clang! A light sound pierced through all the light and sound. An inch-long divine sword appeared between Yuan-Gu's eyebrows. It was dazzling and resounding. What? Is that a saint's sword or an ancient emperor's secret weapon? Everyone's expression changed because they felt a strange power. The divine sword had yet to be released, but the sword waves had already destroyed the endless mountains and rivers. In the wilderness, it was unknown how many mountains had been turned into fine powder and turned into a desert, never to exist again. The killing intent had extinguished all life and turned this place into a barren land. It's not a weapon. It's a secret technique from the scriptures written by the primitive emperor. The primitive emperor's Tao sword, an imperial family member of the primitive lake said coldly and confidently. This wasn't a weapon, but rather an evolution of a divine order law. After materializing, it had the shape of a sword, but its essence was the Tao, so it was called the primitive emperor's Tao sword. Its destructive power was world-shaking and terrifying. It's finally appeared. This must be a forbidden technique from the scriptures left behind by the primitive emperor. Those who have seen it before have all died, an ancient creature muttered to himself. Pfft. As expected, nothing could stop it. The inch-long primitive emperor's Tao sword easily pierced through the golden sacred domain and entered Yifan's shoulder. It passed through and brought out a large amount of golden blood. Clang! The primitive emperor's Tao sword flew out and then turned around to hack down. Yifan reached out with both hands and caught the sword, wanting to break it. However, the inch-long resplendent Tao sword wasn't material. At this moment, it turned into a divine order chain and shattered the vacuum. It turned Yifan's hand into a part of the law and almost cut it off, causing blood to drip out. Army formula. Yifan put his hands together and emitted a radiance that filled the sky. With a clang, he became one with the Tao sword and held it in his hand as he charged towards Yuan-Gu, turning into a beam of divine radiance. Yuan-Gu roared. His hair was disheveled as he formed a seal and attacked outwards. You underestimate the primitive emperor's Tao sword too much. Yifan's hand melted under the Tao sword, but he also used his law. Not only did the army formula temporarily block the primitive emperor's Tao sword, but it also turned his body into a weapon. Yuan-Gu screamed. Yifan's body was like a peerless heavenly sword that pierced through Yuan-Gu's body, causing black blood to fill the sky. The Yuan-Guang reincarnation treasure will appeared, and Yifan reached out with a large hand to grab it. At the same time, a large foot stomped down. His body erupted with boundless light, not giving Yuan-Gu a chance to reincarnate. With a pu sound, he stepped on Yuan-Gu's cracked chest and landed on the ground, shattering his body into pieces. Chapter 862. Yifan's fingers covered the vital light reincarnation wheel and shot out tens of thousands of rays of light, shattering it inch by inch and turning it into pieces of law chains that disappeared into the void. He exerted force with his feet, wanting to obliterate the broken body and wipe it clean. In the end, this powerful enemy was about to melt him with the primitive emperor's Tao sword in his palm because he felt something was amiss. Pfft. The pieces of the body on the ground all turned into a bloody paste, but they were still enveloped by the brilliance. Yuan-Gu's angry roar was heard as he escaped into the ground. The vital light reincarnation will turned into a divine chain of order, gathering and extinguishing indefinitely. Although it was destroyed, Yuan Gu could continue to transform it within his body using this secret technique, allowing him to escape death. In the distance, the expressions of those at the primitive lake changed. This was not without a price. There was no one in this world who could avoid death. Every reincarnation meant the consumption of one source. How many times could he persevere? The strength of the human race's sacred physique exceeded everyone's imagination. It forced Yuan Gu to reincarnate twice, causing the royal family of the primitive lake to become worried. Clang! At the same time, the primitive emperor's Dao sword in Yifan's hand burned even brighter. Blood flowed from his palm and fingers as his hands fused together, emitting strands of Dao pattern fluctuations. There were actually terrifying signs of Dao transformation. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. The human race's sacred physique, which had the upper hand just now, was now in danger and on the verge of destruction. Dao transformation was a terrifying phrase. The stronger the cultivator, the more afraid they would be. Sooner or later, they would become a part of the law of heaven and earth and disappear. The tyrannical flesh of the human race's sacred physique was obvious to all. Even when competing with the bloodline of the ancient emperor, he would not be at a disadvantage. But now, an inch-long sword was about to destroy him. Everyone gasped. This was the mystery of the primitive emperor's forbidden secret technique. It could draw upon the power of Dao transformation. No matter how powerful one's divine ability was, it would be useless. Even the ancient emperors would have to transform into Dao when they passed away, let alone an immortal. Open for me! Yi Fan shouted. He frantically activated the Bing formula and forcefully operated the Dao sword. He wanted to break it from his hand and throw it into the abyss of the void. However, this sword was difficult to remove. It had almost fused into his flesh and became a part of his body and could not be separated. The Dao transformation continued. The terrifying power of the laws of the world constantly surged over, causing Yi Fan's hands to blur. They were about to disappear, and his soul was about to be drawn out. Bang! The Bing formula was unparalleled in the world. It was the supreme secret technique of controlling weapons. At the most critical moment, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was shot out and submerged into a dark crack. Yi Fan's fingers lost their luster as if they had lost their original qi and dissipated between heaven and earth. He operated the secret swordsman character to heal himself. All kinds of auspicious light surrounded his body. The terrifying power of the Dao transformation caused Yi Fan to exhaust his origin energy to recover his hands with great difficulty. If he had taken another step forward, he would have entered the abyss of annihilation. It was too dangerous. Transforming into Tao, this is the true power of the primitive emperor's Tao sword. In the distance, everyone's bodies went ice cold. Even Nine Phoenix King, Divine Silkworm Ridge's lord, and the others who were watching the battle were silent. Their eyes were incomparably deep as they inwardly deduced. Since ancient times, almost all those who had seen the forbidden secret technique of the primitive emperor had died. The reason was very simple: this was a sure-kill attack, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. Everyone was shocked. The human race's divine body could actually forcefully strip away that kind of power. This was a terrifying powerhouse who could resist the secret technique of the primitive emperor. His future achievements were limitless. Boom! In the distance, black light lingered and Dao cries rang out incessantly. A demonic body reappeared in the world. Yuan Gu's face was somewhat pale. The two reincarnations had cost him quite a bit. I admit that I underestimated you. He spoke in a low voice, but his killing intent became even stronger. His thick black hair danced chaotically as a Taoist sword in the center of his brow flickered and shone. Clang! With a sword cry, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword flew out again. It turned into a dazzling rainbow and shone with eternal light, drawing on the power of the Dao transformation. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a forbidden power that transcended one's own body and used the order of heaven and earth to refine a person. Who could resist it? The eternal light and immortal power arrived in an instant. Yifan's hands moved about, evolving many methods in the world to resist the power of the Tao transformation. Clang, clang. Radiance burst out from his palms from time to time, colliding with the Taoist sword. However, it was also dripping with blood. No one could resist this kind of forbidden power. It's useless no matter how much you struggle. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword can destroy all cultivators. As long as it's a living creature, it will be difficult to escape its attack. Yuan Gu sneered. Clang clang clang. The essence of the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was a divine chain of order. It turned into a tangible light and clattered. It was the resonance of the laws, shattering everything in the world and destroying all vitality. Pfft. Yifan contended against it and continuously revolved around it. After hundreds of exchanges, he was still struck in the end. His waist was severed, and his torso was separated. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword could cut through everything in its path. Yuan Gu followed up and swung his fist fiercely, bringing about a monstrous black mist. His battle prowess was terrifying. Qisha Plain and the surrounding barren mountains were all destroyed. The two halves of Yifan's body quickly retreated and wanted to reassemble. However, the primitive emperor's Taoist sword pursued relentlessly like a shadow, making it difficult for him to escape. Even if I had the primitive emperor's blood, would still have a grievance if I was struck by it, let alone you. Yuan Gu was very cold. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from between his brows and resonated with the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. The chain of order let out an even more terrifying sound. Walala! The divine chain of order fell and split Yifan in half. It was almost the same as dismembering him. Fresh blood was dripping, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Little Yifan! Ji Ziyue cried in the distance. The expressions of Li Heishui, Li Tian, Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, and the others also changed. This divine chain was too terrifying. It contained the laws of the archaic emperor, and an irresistible aura pervaded the air. The faces of the Jade Lake Saint, the Middle Emperor, the Jade Lake Saint, Yen Ruyu, and the others were also filled with shock. Everyone finally understood what the forbidden secret technique on the last page of the scripture written by the archaic emperor was. It was unparalleled in killing. As long as it was used, the enemy would definitely be killed. There was simply no way to contend against it. Walala! The primitive emperor's Taoist sword was an inch-long divine sword at one moment and a divine chain of order the next. It cut off all enemies, and all living beings were afraid of the Tao transformation. Yifan used the secret character of swordsman to repair his body with great difficulty. He evaded the Taoist sword and used the army character formula to resist it. He wanted to distinguish the sequence of the Taoist patterns and turn them into his own Taoist sword. However, he failed and suffered serious injuries. He fought continuously and narrowly escaped death. This was the most thrilling battle he had ever encountered since he started cultivating. He was almost about to transform into the Tao. Hold on! Someone shouted from behind. It was Pang Bo's voice. Yifan calmed his heart and concentrated. After his body was cut open 9 times, golden blood sprayed everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Even the flesh shell of the powerful divine body weakened a bit. The primitive emperor's secret technique was terrifying. A battle of life and death, a difficult moment. He muttered to himself. No one had cut him open 9 times before. Clang, clang, in the end, Yifan used the army character formula and found some traces. He felt out some changes and began to counterattack. Terrifying. That is the power of the Tao transformation. After being cut open 9 times in a row, even an accomplished king would have become a part of the rules of heaven and earth. It is impossible for him to exist, but he is still alive. People were not only terrified of the primitive emperor's Taoist sword, but also shocked at the tenacity of Yi Fan's life force. He should have died 9 times, but he still persisted. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword was not a real weapon. Yi Fan could not completely control it with the army character formula, but he was able to observe some of the rules. At this moment, he launched a fierce counterattack. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. With great difficulty, he used the swordsman's secret formula to cleanse the power of the Tao transformation and restore his body that was cut open. With a cold expression, he charged forward. His entire body was surrounded by divine splendor, and all types of symbols flickered on his fists. Dang! The golden fist smashed into the Taoist sword, producing a deafening sound. Drops of blood dripped down, but it did not cut off his fingers. What? What kind of power is that? He blocked the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. Everyone cried out in alarm. Regardless of whether it was the various ancient tribes or the human race, their faces were full of shock. There was actually someone who used a pair of fists to block the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. The sound was unending, and it was as if streaks of golden lightning were hacking about. Yi Fan's fists were surrounded by endless symbols, and they were invincible. They smashed the void until it collapsed, and even the primitive emperor's Taoist sword was trembling. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. It really is this matchless fish technique. It has appeared in this world again. Some of the old cultivators of the human race were excited. They saw some clues and were indescribably shocked. This was a secret technique that had been lost for a long time. They originally thought that it would never appear again. It was rumored that when the last person who learned the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist passed away, he left behind his last words. He engraved them on the path to becoming an immortal, and he turned into ashes after he finished speaking. How did he get it? This was the question in many of the old cultivators' hearts. Yi Fan was still far from becoming an immortal. How did he take that step and step onto the path to becoming an immortal? In Sunset Perch, there was one person with the most special expression. It was the saint from Tianxian Stone Square. His lips trembled non-stop as he muttered to himself, "We didn't open that path. Senior brother, junior sister, everyone else died. Only you brought out the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist." Clang, clang, Yi Fan's entire body was shrouded in Tao markings. A mysterious radiance flowed as he used his fists to forcefully take on the primitive emperor's Tao sword. 6 blurry ancient worlds flowed between his palms and fingers. A power that could split the heavens and the earth filled the air. It dispelled the power of Tao transformation and was about to destroy the Tao sword. Yi Fan's palms and fingers were bleeding. He was injured by the Tao sword. However, the power of Tao transformation couldn't erode it. At this moment, his heart was empty as he was immersed in an invincible fist intent. I am invincible, reigning supreme in the world. Even the great Tao couldn't suppress me. This was the true meaning of this fist. It struck down the 9 heavens, reopened reincarnation, and reversed the 6 paths. Yi Fan used the Bing formula to figure out the trajectory of the primitive emperor's Tao sword. Now that it couldn't escape, he waved his golden fist and smashed it down with the 6 ancient worlds. Bang, bang, the heaven and earth trembled. The Tao sword turned into a divine chain and wailed. In the end, it was about to break and couldn't break free. Everyone's expression changed. The primitive emperor's forbidden secret technique had an enemy. Now, it was actually going to be broken by someone. This was a different kind of contest between the great ancient emperor and the immemorial emperor. Boom! In the end, Yi Fan's fist shattered the divine chain. Yuan Gu let out a loud cry as blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. He almost fell to the ground. Yi Fan moved forward. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were all concentrated into a pair of golden fists. His life's cultivation and unyielding willpower transformed into a pair of Tao fists. At this moment, he advanced to a strange wondrous state. It was as if he had become one with the Tao. He broke through the 9 layers of Yuan Gu's defenses and shattered his physical body. Pfft. With a flash of light, Yuan Gu's flesh was reborn not far away using the vital light reincarnation wheel. His face became even paler as the veins on his forehead bulged. Yifan didn't say anything and attacked again. His body and mind were peaceful, but his attacks were boundlessly domineering. His fists seemed as if they were going to smash down from the 9 heavens. The wind from his fists caused the mountain ridges in the distance to fly and collapse in the horizon. Yuan Gu roared. His black hair danced in the wind as the primitive emperor's Tao sword appeared between his eyebrows once again. The light was even more dazzling, but a strand of black blood flowed out from his immortal platform. Dang! Another terrifying battle ensued. Yifan shattered the primitive emperor's Tao sword for the second time and broke the divine chain. At the same time, he killed Yuan Gu's physical body with a single punch. At this moment, Yifan was like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. His hair fluttered in the wind as he exuded an aura of supremacy. His voice was sonorous as he said, "I'll let you be reborn. I'll kill you every time you come back to life until I crush your unyielding willpower." Chapter 863. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Yifan's imposing manner at the moment was worrying. His heart was definitely filled with an unrivaled belief, which was not a good sign. "I'll resurrect you and kill you every time you come back to life until your will collapses." It was easy to imagine just how confident he was. Everyone's expression changed, and quite a few people became restless. This was the bloodline of the archaic emperor, yet someone dared to face it with such an attitude. What did he think he was? "This is the way to prove that I'm invincible. I don't care if you are a king or an ancient prince. Even if you are a young archaic emperor, I'll kill all who stand in your way with one punch." The path of the archaic emperors has always been forged with bones and blood, the saint of the Merak stone square said to himself. Yuan Gu was resurrected. The veins on his forehead bulged and his hair flew up in anger. He had been killed several times today, which made him feel suffocated. He was such a proud character, yet he had been killed again and again today. Ah! He let out a long roar that caused the 9 heavens to rumble. It was as if the sky was about to fall down. He used all kinds of secret techniques, but they were all unable to stop the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He was blasted away and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! In the end, the primordial emperor's Tao sword was shattered once again. The divine chains of order collapsed and fell to the ground like pearls, drawing out streaks of light. Pfft! Yuan Gu screamed. This was the 3rd time he was killed by Yifan along with the Tao sword. He turned into a bloody light and escaped hundreds of meters away before being resurrected by the origin light reincarnation wheel. In this world, all techniques had a price. He had resurrected himself, but he had consumed a portion of his origin. His face lost a few strands of color and became a bit dimmer. Strands of black blood flowed out from between his brows, dyeing his face red. The primordial emperor's Tao sword flashed and disappeared, no longer appearing because it was suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was useless to use it again, and this forbidden technique had been completely broken. Kill! At this moment, every single one of Yifan's pores was connected to heaven and earth. Endless spiritual essence surged, entering his body, making him shine with endless brilliance. Every time he brandished his fist, it was as if he was controlling the will of the great Tao. It was incomparable, and the entire universe moved along with his fist. Yuan Gu's expression abruptly changed. Although he had an endless stream of secret techniques, he still couldn't block it. This fist technique was too tyrannical and invincible. The stronger one's willpower and belief was, the more terrifying the fist power would be. This was especially true for the 6 blurry ancient worlds. Every time they rotated, there was a kind of earth-shattering force that almost broke Yuan-Gu's bones. Pooh! Blood rained down as Yuan-Gu was sent flying by Yi Fan's attack. He flew hundreds of meters away as his golden fist shattered the vacuum. Nothing could stop it. You really surprised me. Every inch of Yuan-Gu's bones was crushed into powder. He slowly got up from the ground. He realized that he had to break Yi Fan's mental state. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. With this kind of invincible belief, he would even dare to slay a god. This was a type of attitude where he was the most supreme. Thud, thud, Yuan-Gu walked slowly like a black specter. He moved left and right, leaving only the sound of his footsteps. The sky and earth darkened, creating an extremely strange scene. A black shadow wandered back and forth like a 10,000-year-old evil spirit. It continuously circled around Yi Fan as if it had just escaped from hell and could pounce forward at any moment. Swoosh! Yi Fan followed the instructions from the celestial court's killing scripture and began a round of attacks that resembled the return of the Grim Reaper. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared in an instant to launch a terrifying attack. Bang! The unparalleled 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed through the void. Yuan-Gu's bones broke and tendons snapped. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying several times. He was almost instantly killed. I've actually been forced to this step. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself coldly. He then suddenly raised his head as his eyes became incomparably frightening. His eyes were as deep as the sea. His left eye turned into a black sun while his right eye turned into a blood moon. They swallowed people's primordial spirits as if they were moths flying into a flame. He calmly stood there like a black demonic mountain. It was as if he could crush the heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to tremble. A strange aura pervaded the air, causing all the spectators to tremble in fear and involuntarily take a few steps back. Yuan-Gu's aura was completely different. It was as if he had been reborn and became a completely different person. It was as if a demonic god had been resurrected and was facing the common people. Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. Yuan-Gu's eyes blossomed with electricity as if a divine weapon was softly humming. The heaven and earth became as dark as ink in an instant. His physical body could no longer move. Everyone was shocked. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they still felt this way. They were unable to move a single step and were frozen in place. What had happened? This was the question in everyone's heart. Go! Among them, some unparalleled powerhouses made a move. With a sweep of their sleeves, they brought those who could not move away from the plains and sent them far away. Only then did they regain their freedom. The scripture written by the primitive emperor before he passed away, the last forbidden secret technique. At this moment, everyone almost suffocated as they thought of this possibility. It was impossible for Yuan-Gu to only cultivate the primitive emperor's Tao sword out of the 3 slashes of the immortal path. There must be other divine techniques. Of course, the last secret technique of the primitive emperor was the core essence of his life. Even the great sage would find it difficult to comprehend it completely. He could only learn 2 or 3 techniques, and it was impossible for him to learn more. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Yi Fan felt that it was very difficult for his body to move. He was imprisoned by an indescribable force and an ominous aura was surging. Is it another of the primitive emperor's forbidden techniques? He muttered to himself. He did not panic because his opponent's physical body had not moved a single step. Only his eyes were becoming more and more terrifying. The sky became darker and darker until one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Even the heavenly eye could not see through everything. It was a blur. This was the Tao laws distorting the space. Yuan Gu's cold and emotionless voice sounded in the distance. You can be proud of yourself even if you die after forcing me to use the ancient emperor's forbidden techniques. His left eye turned into a black sun and flew out. It was as oppressive as a great mountain. His right eye turned into a blood moon and rushed out. A strange power surged forward. Yi Fan was shocked. He was restrained and could not move a single step. How could he face the attack? Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. The heavenly eye of Yuan Gu opened and he saw strands of Tao laws densely covering the area. They sealed everything, including Yuan Gu's physical body. Only his mind energy could move. Yi Fan let out a cold snort. The heavenly eye of Yuan Gu's dazzling light engraved strand after strand of Tao laws in the sky, drawing the Genesis Chi under the ground. Boom! The confined void shook violently. Endless light flames soared and refined the black sun and blood moon together, attacking Yuan Gu's physical body. Yuan Su realm. Yuan Gu's voice was still indifferent. He spoke these 3 words in a steady manner. Each word was sonorous and sounded like metal splitting the sky. The surroundings suddenly became even darker. The Genesis Chi disappeared and was isolated from the earth. They appeared in a primitive void that was hazy and endless. This was like the ruins of a world, one that was covered in desolation. There was only ruin, cold, and quiet, and there was nothing else. Yi Fan noticed that he really was standing in a different world. The ancient emperor's final volume's secret technique was indeed strange and unpredictable. He was still unable to move even after being taken to the Yuan Su realm. Yuan Gu, are you afraid? You lost to me in a battle of physical strength. Now, you want to fight with my divine will. I will fulfill your wish and crush your will. The battle has just begun. When have I ever lost? You can't shake my belief in the Tao. You will die under my forbidden technique. Yuan Gu said. Boom! A black sun appeared, accompanied by a blood moon. They rushed over together and burst forth with endless light and divine energy, forming a pair of figures. The black sun cracked, and a man in a black battle robe walked out with a black iron spear in his hand. His demonic might was matchless and domineering. The blood moon cracked, and a young man in a blood-red robe rushed out. There was a large red bell above his head that was ringing in a drawn-out manner. Blood-colored chaos swirled around it as he pressed forward step by step. This was a manifestation of his divine will. His eyes, which were normally nurtured, had transformed into 2 gods. No one knew that they were gods nurtured by the primitive emperor's secret technique. Yi Fan sneered without fear. He was also quite experienced in the cultivation and understanding of divine will, so he was very confident. A splendor flashed between his eyebrows, and a small golden man stepped out. He held a 3-foot-long 4-edged divine whip in his hand. There were a total of 26 segments, and each segment had an extreme Tao rune. Using the flesh shell as a relay station, the heavens as a journey, and the gods as the foundation, this was the secret technique recorded in the Valley of Gods. It gave him great inspiration. The small golden man that appeared between his eyebrows transformed into the divine striking whip. It turned into a streak of golden lightning and rushed over to attack Divine Will and Yuan Gu. Dang! The large red bell vibrated in a drawn-out manner, emitting ripples that destroyed Divine Will. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his primordial spirit became unstable, almost collapsing. He couldn't help but be horrified. The opponent's divine will attack was indeed unique. After stabilizing himself, the small golden man brandished the divine striking whip and rushed over. Its power was peerless, and this was the result of countless tempering. Back then, his divine will couldn't even touch this whip because it was extremely harmful to his divine will. Now, it had become a special weapon for his primordial spirit to use. In front of him, a demonic godlike figure walked out from the black sun. His black battle robe flickered, and the iron spear in his hand flickered with black light. He blocked the divine striking whip and released a sonorous sound. What? You also have a primordial spirit weapon. Yuan Gu was startled. Yi Fan was also extremely shocked. The iron spear in the hands of the black-clothed Yuan Gu and the large bell on top of the red-clothed Yuan Gu were actually weapons refined to deal with the primordial spirit. They were secret treasures just like the divine striking whip, but their ranks were unknown. Monstrous waves surged in Yuan Gu's heart. This kind of secret weapon was extremely difficult to refine, and only a few people knew how to use it. It could often be said that it could kill people in one blow. Yi Fan was frightened and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been turned to ashes in one blow. Yuan Gu had prepared a killing technique for him. That was because he clearly knew the terrifying consequences of a weapon like the divine striking whip striking the primordial spirit. Even the great firmament immortals would find it difficult to save him. The two fought fiercely. Yuan Gu transformed into two deities with a single thought. One held a jet-black iron spear, while the other had a large red bell on top of his head. One attacked while the other defended. Dang, Yi Fan was having a hard time. The weapons in the hands of the two deities were inferior to the divine striking whip, but the opponent had a special primordial spirit secret technique that could increase its power by several times. Comprehending one technique, comprehending all techniques. Yi Fan smiled coldly after retreating a certain distance. His mind was clear as he used the army formula with his primordial spirit to seize the opponent's weapon. Clang! Dang! The iron spear clanged and the large red bell rumbled. Yuan Gu let out a strange cry as he almost died from the backlash. He said in a deep voice, "Your secret technique is indeed special. All weapons can be seized. Fortunately, I was prepared." He suppressed the two primordial spirit weapons, and the two deities turned back into a black sun and a blood moon. They collided with each other and interweaved into divine chains that densely covered the Yuan Su realm. Yi Fan cried out in alarm. The little golden person turned around and fled. The divine striking whip in his hand entered the space between his eyebrows and hid inside. Inside the Yuan Su realm, divine laws of the order were densely covered, and all of them were targeted at the primordial spirit. This was equivalent to setting up a deadly formation that was boundlessly terrifying. One had to know that this was a secret technique created by the Yuan Emperor. These divine chains were definitely the pinnacle of the Tao. Once such a killing formation was formed, who could contend against it? If one's primordial spirit was trapped here, death was certain. The Yuan Emperor's final secret technique was indeed more powerful and terrifying than the previous. This special secret realm was equivalent to purgatory. Let's see how you will survive. Human race's sacred physique, I will refine your sacred skull into a sparkling wine cup. It will be my eternal collection, Yuan Gu said coldly as he hid inside the Yuan Su realm. Actually, I also feel that the battle should end. There are many corpses on the great emperor's path. Today, you will be the first person of the ancient emperor's bloodline to fall under my feet and forge my path to the Tao. Shouted Yi Fan. Chapter 864. The Yuan Su realm was a scene of desolation. It was dark and desolate as if it was a wasteland at the end of the world. Numerous divine chains of order rattled and interweaved to form dazzling lines. This was the tangible form of the Tao. As long as one's primordial spirit came into contact with it, it would be instantly killed. Yi Fan's flesh shell did not move. The golden little person was sitting on the immortal platform. His entire body was resplendent and many symbols were flickering on the surface of his body. He was holding a small cauldron in his arms that was surrounded by the source energy of all things, protecting it tightly. Time seemed to have stopped. The heaven and earth seemed to be in an eternal state of stillness. Both of them were preparing a world-shocking attack to completely eliminate the other party. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light rushed out from the top of Yifan's head. The golden little person finally rushed out with the small cauldron in his arms and charged forward, avoiding the divine chains of order. It was too fast. Yuan-Gu's expression changed. His two deities had already fused into one and were standing on the other side. Divine chains of order were beneath their feet, sealing the void as they began to suppress and kill the enemy. Walala. The two seemed to be separated by a starry sky. The chains of laws all trembled and emitted boundless light that illuminated the mountains and rivers. All kinds of Tao sounds rang out and all kinds of lights danced about in a dazzling manner. The Yuan-Su realm was no longer dusky. Divine laws were everywhere like flourishing fireworks. It was beautiful and dazzling, but it also contained a peerless murderous intent. Any chain was a great killing weapon, and even the primordial spirit of a king would die upon coming in contact with it. The Tai Chi turned into the endless and reversed direction. The golden little person fused with the Tao and turned into the escaping one. It flew out from Yifan's body and turned into an eternal light. At this moment, Yifan was hugging the cauldron and moving forward. The source energy of all things fell down and blocked the power of laws. He locked onto a point in front of him and rushed towards Yuan-Gu. Time was frozen and space was shrinking. Everything seemed to have stopped at this moment. Only he hugged the cauldron and emitted divine splendor. The Yuan-Su realm was trembling. Yuan-Gu's deity seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the divine radiance approached and finally let out a loud roar. Boom! The entire Origin Ruins realm was in an uproar. He had finally regained his freedom under the suppression of the small golden person. Rumbling sounds rang out above his head as a large bell appeared, releasing deafening bell waves. A battle halberd appeared in his hand as he stabbed it into the sky to resist the great enemy. Clang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out. The large bell above Yuan-Gu's head took a direct hit and almost collapsed. Cracks began to appear on it. The battle spear in his hand collided with the myriad chi cauldron and finally blocked the fatal blow. Your technique has been broken. Let me see what other techniques you have. Yuan-Gu shouted loudly. His feet glowed as he stepped on the chains of order. The entire void began to sparkle. The chains of laws were like translucent true dragons that pierced toward Yifan, wanting to bind him in the Yuan Ruins realm and kill him. The Tao is boundless. This is just the beginning. There's no need to talk about breaking it or not. The small golden person was very calm. The cauldron in his arms rose up and floated above his head. Silk ribbons fell down to protect him. This was the first time someone had escaped unscathed from Yifan's attack. Yuan-Gu's cultivation was extraordinary, but he didn't panic. Clang, clang, every chain was ringing as they pierced through the void to strangle Yifan. The divine flames of order were burning and could destroy all primordial spirits. There was no such thing as immortality. Boz! Yifan quickly dodged and then secretly used the army formula to make the large bell and iron halberd counterattack. However, the Tao chime only shook a few times. Those weren't primordial divine weapons, but rather the divine chains of order. It seemed that Yuan-Gu was very wary of his weapon control technique. Crash! Hundreds of chains of laws appeared. This was Yuan Emperor's forbidden secret technique. Every divine chain of order was sparkling and translucent, containing a peerless murderous intent. These chains of laws formed the immemorial order killing formation. This was an extreme imperial technique. It was too difficult to escape after falling into this formation. There was almost no way out. This was a sure kill technique of the immemorial emperor's final secret technique. Of course, Yuan-Gu was limited by his cultivation and realm, so it was impossible for him to lay down a flawless immemorial emperor's magical chain. However, this was still extremely terrifying because it was difficult to survive after being trapped in the killing formation. However, Yifan didn't suffer a calamity. He was like a specter moving about. The small golden person used the line formula and walked through the Tao laws of the myriad threads to avoid all the calamities. Yuan Gu turned pale with fright. He had once tried to fight against a king at the grand completion of his race and trapped him in the Yuan Ruins realm. The line formula shone brilliantly and flickered amidst the interweaving Tao diagrams. Yifan continuously turned danger into safety as he closed in. How could this be? Yuan Gu felt that he couldn't use this power. How many people could activate these divine chains? Even those at the Tao's severing realm couldn't use it, especially when there were so many of them. This should have been a fatal blow, but the other party easily avoided it. The destructive force tore apart the void, but it couldn't injure the other party in the slightest. Boom! The small golden person's entire body was burning with golden battle intent. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and had a treasure cauldron on his head. He crossed the Tao laws and rushed forward. The fierce battle between their primordial spirits surged as the two turned into bolts of lightning. Yuan Gu withdrew all his laws and covered them densely around his body. However, he still couldn't change the situation. He was restrained by the god-beating whip in Yifan's hand. He had an origin weapon, but he didn't dare use the army formula. One side pressed forward with indomitable will while the other was apprehensive. This battle was naturally one-sided and could come to an end at any moment. Boom! In the end, Yuan Gu still used his origin weapon. The large bell and iron spear appeared once again, but they were wrapped in divine chains instead of being activated directly. Clang! The small golden person became braver as he fought. He swung the god-beating whip and shattered the large red bell, causing it to fall to the ground in fragments. Clang, 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 the iron spear collided with the god-beating whip, causing sparks to fly everywhere. In the end, it broke and was completely destroyed. Yuan Gu screamed as the divine chains of order around him were forcefully torn apart by Yifan, turning into streams of light and dissipating. Buzz! The primordial spirit fused with the path. Finally, the small golden person hugged the cauldron again and moved forward. It turned into the escaping one and turned into an eternal light. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Pfft! The small golden person hugged the cauldron and turned into a transcendent Tao point. It shattered the remaining half of Yuan Gu's primordial spirit into powder, turning it into a rain of light that dissipated. Ah! Yuan Gu let out a mournful cry as the remaining half of his body quickly retreated. The divine chains of order that filled the sky all exploded and turned into a sea of Tao. The small golden person could only retreat and quickly go far away. It rushed into the space between the body's eyebrows and sat cross-legged on the immortal platform to protect its body. Boom! The Yuan Ruins realm collapsed and could no longer confine Yifan's flesh shell. He found himself once again standing on Xixia Plain while Yuan Gu was holding his head and rolling on the ground. It was unknown how many thousands of rounds had passed since the battle started. At this moment, the red sun had already set in the west and the sunset glow appeared as if it was dyed with blood. What? Yuan Gu lost. The space between his eyebrows is cracked. It's obvious that his primordial spirit has suffered a destructive blow. Everyone was stunned. Just now, Yuan Gu had displayed a secret technique recorded in the Primordial Emperor's final chapter. No one would have thought that he would still lose and even injure his primordial spirit. It was obvious that this battle was coming to an end. Little Yi. Ji Ziyue cried tears of joy. She was extremely worried just now and was now jumping around in the distance with tears on her face. Good, I'm finally going to kill Yuan Gu. So what if he has the bloodline of an ancient emperor? In the end, he was still defeated. Li Heishui clenched his fists. He had almost died in the past and had finally vented his resentment. Victory! Sacred child Yao Guang's hair was sparkling and he was dressed in white. He looked otherworldly as he muttered to himself. No one knew what he was thinking. On the demon race's side, the Crimson Dragon Daoist revealed a gratified smile. Yen Ryu was also quietly watching with a strange expression. Under the sunset glow, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Many experts of the Holy Lands were moved. This battle had been witnessed by everyone. Yuan Gu's secret technique was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Yi Fan breaking it, anyone else would have died. Even a king would have died. Even the people of the Jade Lake, who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, revealed strange expressions at this moment. The Jade Lake Saintess' beautiful eyes flowed with brilliance as she stared at the figure on the battlefield. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on Xixia Plain and was illuminated by the sunset glow. His entire body was suffused with waves of divine splendor, making him look even more divine and awe-inspiring, like an emperor descending to the mortal world. All the ancient races were shaken. Was the human race's sacred physique powerful to such an extent? Even the bloodline of an ancient emperor had been defeated. This caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spine. The people of the primitive lake were the most shocked. Every single one of them stood there in a daze. Even the ancient king who came with them was stunned speechless as he stood there in silence. In the past, the Yuan Emperor killed the most powerful enemy in his entire life here. Today, you can also walk on your own invincible path because you are the descendant of the Yuan Emperor. The people of the primitive lake suddenly shouted, their voices shaking all directions. The various tribes of the ancient races all roared. It was unknown how many people in the surroundings followed suit. The entire Xixia Plain was drowned out by this heaven-shaking sound. This was a cry that caused everyone to tremble. The entire Xixia Plain was shaking. Ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Yi Fan laughed uproariously. His entire body, including his hair, was shining with a sparkling light. This was especially so when he stood under the setting sun. His physique seemed to be inlaid with a golden edge, making his silhouette appear even taller and more majestic. There was an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Everyone stopped shouting, and Sunset Perch Plain immediately quieted down. Countless gazes stared at him, and there was absolute silence. I haven't severed my Tao yet. Yi Fan calmly spat out these words, his voice reverberating throughout the plain. He hasn't severed his Tao yet. It was unknown who said this, but it immediately caused everyone to be shocked. That's right, Yi Fan used his immortal second body to fight against Yuan Gu and ultimately won. The bloodline of the ancient emperors was merely a so-so. Was this what he didn't say? Everyone was dumbfounded. If the human race's saint physique can sever his Tao, killing Yuan Gu would be like slaughtering a dog. Pang Bo roared from the crowd. It was as if an active volcano had been ignited. The Xixia Plain immediately flared up. All eyes were on him. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the heroic and tall young man. Everyone was moved and filled with shock. It was as if they were looking at a deity. Every pore on Yi Fan's body was gushing out auspicious light as he was enveloped in a layer of divine radiance. He walked on the plain, approaching Yuan Gu step by step. The sound of his footsteps resounded in the hearts of everyone, full of rhythm, like the rumbling of heavenly drums. Chapter 865. Woof, woof, the barking of dogs came from the crowd, waking many of the ancients up from their previous shock. The Dawn Perch Plain was in a state of chaos, and it was full of noise. The young Daoist who called himself Skirich had his arm, which was thicker than a normal person's thigh, bitten by a big black dog. He bared his teeth and scolded. Whose dog isn't on a leash? How dare it bite people? Woof! Dog demon, I have no enmity with you, so why are you biting me? What did you say just now? You said that after the human race's saint physique severed the Tao, you could kill Yuan Gu like a butcher. What? The Black Emperor bared his teeth, his white teeth gleaming with a cold light. Butcher the dog. I'll poke you, it hurts so much, let go. The tall and sturdy Daoist Skirich stomped his feet and swung his arm. The big black dog pounced on him and bit him, barking incessantly. The people around didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The battlefield was extremely tense, but here, the dog barked incessantly. A battle between man and dog had broken out. The sunset shone down, and the dawn perch plain was full of potholes. There were deep valleys and ravines everywhere, looking desolate and cold under the blood-colored setting sun. Yuan Emperor killed the strongest enemy in his life here to prove his Tao. You are his 8th-generation grandson, and his royal blood flows in your body. Why can't you stand up and kill your enemy? An ancient king from the primeval lake roared. His voice resounded through the entire plain, making everyone tremble. These words contained the power of thunder, like the rumbling of the heavenly Tao. The human cultivators, in particular, were all terrified. Although the convention of the 10,000 races had already agreed that the saints wouldn't show their abilities, who could guarantee that they wouldn't make a move? At this moment, there were some ancient kings watching the battle on the Dawn Perch Plain. Those who paid attention to Yi Fan and had high hopes for him felt their hearts sink as they had a bad premonition. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was the ancient king from the primeval lake trying to awaken Yuan Gu's fighting spirit? Or was he trying to warn him not to make a move? Was this a death threat? This was a battle of life and death. Before the battle, there was an agreement that no one could interfere. Everything would be decided by strength. Only the winner would live, and the loser would be king. The light of the setting sun elongated Yi Fan's shadow. The sound of his footsteps traveled far and wide on the empty battlefield, like the echoing footsteps of the Grim Reaper. Ah! Yuan Gu screamed miserably. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he stood up. The center of his brows had split open and blood flowed out unceasingly. His immortal foundation was almost shattered and half of his divine sense was destroyed. I've lost, but I can't accept it. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, covering half of his face. His eyes were like black suns, looking hollow. He was like a dormant demon lord. Even if you're unwilling, you can't change the result. Yi Fan approached. His entire body was wreathed in radiance. He was like a celestial emperor descending upon the mortal world. His aura was extremely imposing. I've failed on the path of proving my Tao, and there's no hope for me in this life. However, I can still kill you with the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. Yuan Gu laughed mournfully. Everyone was stupefied, not knowing what he meant. Why did he say this? There seemed to be a hidden reason. Yi Fan was also startled. As the 8th-generation descendant of the Yuan Emperor, I was still defeated by you. Do you think I'm too weak? Yuan Gu's voice was gloomy and full of disappointment. I want to prove my Tao and challenge you to a decisive battle. How could I suppress you with my cultivation level? The blood of the Yuan Emperor flows in my body, and I have my own dignity. Everyone was stunned. Was Yuan Gu suppressing his own cultivation level? Was he fighting a fair battle against the human race's divine physique with the perfect immortal realm? Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. Yuan Gu regarded this battle as a crucial step on the path of proving his Tao. Did he not use the power of the Tao? Although he was cruel and unfeeling, he also had this kind of perseverance. I gave up everything, forgot all my family and friends, and came back to life in this world just to prove my Tao. It was the only hope and goal in my heart, but now, it's no longer here, Yuan Gu murmured. Tears rolled down his face, carrying a trace of sorrow. The path of proving one's Tao was emotionless. Cultivators needed to let go of too many things, and for someone like him who had only been born since the ancient seal, he definitely had more stories to tell. There is no hope of proving my Tao. Death is my only destination. Yuan Gu's words were cold and decisive. His black hair fell down and covered his entire face as he said, "However, I want to drag you along with me. I don't want to leave too much trouble for my clansmen." Yi Fan calmly said after listening, "Let me put an end to your life. The ancient emperor's bloodline will shine forever. As a descendant of the Yuan emperor, I will let you experience the true power of the Tao." Yuan Gu put away his sorrow and swept away his dejection. His essence energy rose sharply as if he was a completely different person. Clang, clang, at this moment, divine chains shot out from Yuan Gu's body. Everyone could clearly see that they were dazzling and dazzling. These were divine orders and divine laws. This was the true power of the Tao. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn from the ashes. All the divine chains were connected to his body like phoenix feathers, mysterious and demonic. Walala! The divine chains rang out and connected into one. Yuan Gu's internal energy surged like a child of a god, emitting millions upon millions of rays of light. There was no hope in his heart. He missed the ancient era and no longer had any attachment to this world. He recalled his loved ones and the most precious feelings he had. He was filled with the will to die in this final glorious battle to kill his enemy and end his own life. "Let's fight without holding anything back." Yuan Gu let out a sorrowful roar. The heavens and earth trembled as his hair danced in the wind. He was like a demonic god as he rushed over. "As you wish, the final glorious battle." Yi Fan also shouted. His battle prowess was raised to the limit, not holding anything back. Boom! Their fists collided. Brilliant light flooded the heavens and the earth as an earth-shattering sound rang out. The aftermath of the collision swept across the earth. One could see waves rushing out in all directions. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the desolate mountains on the horizon collapsed, turning into powder and scorched earth. This was a true Tao-severing battle. They fought with their lives on the line without holding anything back. The two of them fought until blood flowed, the sun and moon lost their radiance, the heavens and earth lost color, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Yi Fan fought with all his might against Yuan Gu. All kinds of divine energy and laws were unleashed in this life and death battle. The blood in his body was boiling. The Tao severing Yuan Gu was much more terrifying than before. Divine chains of order moved with walala sounds, resounding through the heavens. Every time they pierced through, it would cause Yi Fan to spit out a mouthful of golden holy blood. This was the power of laws. The two of them fought a great battle that darkened the heavens and earth. It was much more intense than before. Blood splashed everywhere as they fought while bathed in blood. The divine chains made walala sounds as they connected with Yuan Gu's body. He was like an immortal phoenix with scarlet multicolored light revolving around his body. He stood under the eternal divine light. He constructed his own world of laws in the void, forming a cage that became increasingly resplendent. Every divine law chain that was created was emitting Tao cries that resounded through the heavens. "My Tao revolves once, 100 years of glory." Yuan Gu shouted loudly as he finally unleashed his own Tao. PFFF. A bloody light flashed, and there was no way to avoid it. A scarlet divine chain penetrated Yi Fan's body and nailed him to the void. Golden blood sprayed out. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a type of life force rushing out from within his body and receding along the divine chains. It was as if he had lost 100 years of his life in an instant. In the sky, a rain of light danced about. That was the most primordial essence of life. It made the two of them look like immortal deities fighting against each other. It was resplendent and beautiful. "My Tao revolves once again, 1,000 years of glory no longer exists. Heroes turn to dust after 1,000 years." Yuan Gu shouted again. This time, the 10 scarlet divine chains rushed over. There was no way to retreat or dodge. PFFF, PFFF, the 10 divine chains pierced through Yifan. Every single one of them was stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he had been nailed to a cross and was unable to move. Only blood was flowing out. Time seemed to be passing quickly. Yifan was astonished. He felt that he was aging. Was this the power of time? He didn't believe it at all. The earth has cut off my path and the heavens have cursed my body. None of them can erase me, and neither can your Tao. Yifan shouted. His body blossomed with boundless light as a golden taiji circle appeared. This was his divine form, and it was suffused with the aura of the great Tao. At the same time, the green lotus, the immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the beautiful mountains and land, the golden divine sea, and other phenomena appeared at the same time. They turned into a diagram of the heavens and the earth as if a new world had been opened. Boom! The world collapsed. The 10 divine chains of order shattered one after another, turning into streaks of flowing light that were extinguished in the void. Yifan broke free from the shackles. He released a crazy roar, mountains and rivers moving. Spiritual essence from all directions frantically surged over, replenishing his exhausted essence energy. His divine form appeared, and his phenomena temporarily merged together. Yuan Gu was sent flying as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The divine chains had all been severed. Everything became deathly silent. Everyone was shocked. The power of the ancient emperor's Tao had also been disintegrated. Yuan Gu was defeated in the end, and he couldn't do anything even after using all of his strength. However, Yifan wasn't feeling good either. His origin had been injured by Yuan Gu's Tao, and he needed a period of time to recover. Just now, he had almost been obliterated by the other party. This is the final battle. If I lose, I'll die forever. If I win, I'll drag you down with me into the Tao. Yuan Gu walked over step by step without any expression. However, it was difficult to hide his desolation. He actually still had a trump card. Summon the Yuan Emperor, awaken the bloodline. He spoke word by word. His voice resounded through the heaven and earth like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. No! The people of the primitive lake cried out in alarm. This was one of the Yuan Emperor's final secret techniques, and Yuan Gu was still unable to activate it. If he forcefully used it, he would be crippled. The blood of the Yuan Emperor flowed within their bodies, and it contained fragments of his great Tao. It could be forcefully extracted and turned into divine laws to attack. Ah! Yuan Gu cried out loudly. His black hair shot towards the sky, and every inch of his skin was overflowing with blood. This was the essence of his life, and it condensed into a shadow behind him. Hong! At this moment, the supreme aura of the archaic emperor filled the air. It was as if he had crossed through time and space from ancient times to once again descend upon the earth. Yuan Emperor! Everyone was terrified. A terrifying power was circulating, summoning the Yuan Emperor. The bloodline awakening was a success, and a strand of imperial might had once again appeared in the world. Yuan Gu's roar shook the mountains and rivers as he charged forward. The indistinct figure behind him moved in unison with him. There was an unstoppable aura that made many people kneel down on the spot. Although it was only a shadow, it contained a strand of the Yuan Emperor's might, as well as his fragmented law fragments. It was terrifying to the extreme. After using this move, all of Yuan Gu's bloodline spirituality had been exhausted. Even if he managed to kill his opponent, there was no way for him to survive. Yifan found it difficult to move. The indistinct shadow of the Yuan Emperor was oppressive, and it came from the heart. This feeling was indescribable, and it was a terrifying Tao might. In the end, he released his own Tao voice. His tongue was like thunder. Facing the oppressive might of the Yuan Emperor, he immediately thought of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin to resist it. His hands were moving as he displayed the battle saint technique. 9 true dragons soared from his hands, and their cries shook the 9 heavens. They pulled an ancient coffin into the boundless sky and stopped in front of the Yuan Emperor's shadow. He blocked it. He displayed the supreme might of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin to stop the archaic Yuan Emperor. This was an indescribable atmosphere as the two of them confronted each other. This was a shocking scene. 9 giant true dragons traversed the sky while an ancient bronze coffin emitted Tao cries. It was as if it had existed since ancient times, standing side by side with the Yuan Emperor. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene nervously. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of missing out on something. However, Yi Fan was too engrossed in it. The battle saint technique was displayed to its limit, bringing out all the might of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin as if it had been resurrected. Boom! In the end, the 9 true dragons swung their tails and pulled the ancient coffin up into the heavens. They disappeared into the heavens and went to the outer realm. Everyone was in a daze, especially Pang Bo. After coming to his senses, he punched his fist. This was truly going too far. Boom! Yuan Gu approached, and his murderous aura engulfed the boundless land. The Yuan Emperor's shadow behind him followed suit, suppressing the 9 heavens. It was difficult to resist, and the ancient emperor's might swept everything away. Yi Fan cried out in alarm, but he didn't panic. His eyes flashed with cold lightning as he began to display another secret technique. It was the technique passed down by the Black Emperor, and the aura of an ancient great emperor spread out. Boom! At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into Great Emperor Wu Shi. He had never been defeated in his life, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he looked down on the world with disdain. Yi Fan's large hand pressed forward and collided with the Yuan Emperor's shadow. This was a battle between an ancient great emperor and an ancient emperor. It was a different kind of contest. Everyone was trembling with fear as they felt a strange aura. It was as if 2 supreme existences, separated by thousands of years, were facing each other in a great battle. Rumble. Shocking collisions occurred continuously. Yuan Gu and Yi Fan coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as all kinds of lights danced between them. Those were the fragments of the Tao collapsing and shattering the heaven and earth. Buzz! The Yuan Emperor's shadow dimmed and was about to disappear. Yuan Gu's face was ashen as if he was about to lose his vitality. This Wu Shi technique was one of the foundational laws of the Wu Shi scriptures. Just like its name, it could turn all power into nothingness and return all power to the beginning. Boom! Yi Fan used this secret technique to repel the Yuan Emperor's shadow and then merged it into Yuan Gu's blood. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied. Summon the Yuan Emperor, awaken the bloodline. Yuan Gu shouted, wanting to repeat this forbidden technique. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. His left hand used the Wu Shi technique to suppress the Yuan Emperor's shadow. His right hand used the 6-path reincarnation fist to unleash a tyrannical attack. Pfft! Blood rained down as Yuan Gu's body shattered inch by inch and disappeared from this world. A complicated expression appeared on his face. In the end, it was filled with sadness. I abandoned everything, forgot my family and true love, and came to this world alone to prove my Tao. However, hope is no longer here. In the end, Yuan Gu revealed a trace of sorrow as tears rolled down his face. He opened his arms and reached towards the void without any light. He faced the darkness alone and said, "Family, true love. I've returned to the ancient times." He turned into specks of light and dissipated in this world, disappearing forever. A gust of wind blew past, and nothing was left behind. Chapter 866. Yuan Gu died. His ambitions, his loneliness, and his regrets all turned into specks of light that scattered with the wind. In the end, such a powerful man severed his Tao, yet he couldn't sever his emotions and emotions. He carried a heavy burden and came to this world alone to prove his Tao. He had blood, flesh, and tears. When the light rain disappeared, so did the glow of the sunset. The sky darkened and a cold wind blew across the desolate land. Everything came to an end. Yifan won, but he didn't feel the joy he should have. Yuan-gu actually spoke in a sorrowful voice before his death. He stretched out his arms and faced the darkness alone. Those words had touched him. For the sake of the hope in his heart, he had given up everything, but in the end, it was all for naught. How many people in the world were like this? They had struggled, experienced joy, sorrow, loneliness, and in the end, it was all for naught. Everyone was the main character in their own life and had their own story. Yuan-gu was strong, but because of their different standpoints and paths, he fought a life and death battle with Yifan. There was no right or wrong, but in the end, he became a pile of scattered bones on the road to becoming an emperor. His love and hatred came to an end just like that. This was the merciless path of proving one's Tao. To give up, to let go, to throw away one's loved ones and emotions. But in the end, there might not be any results. Using one's own blood and bones to forge another's path to becoming an emperor, leaving behind only a sad song. In the same place, a similar thing happened during the Supreme Ancient Immemorial Era. Two heavenly geniuses had a life and death battle. It could be said to be a battle between young sacred emperors, causing the heavens to boil. The Yuan Emperor won that battle and defeated the strongest enemy in his life. From then on, he walked on the path of proving his Tao. 1,000,000 years later, a new cycle began. However, his descendant was defeated and died. The Dawn Perch Plains was destined to be an extraordinary place. Maybe 100,000 or 1,000,000 years later, there would be another pair of young emperors fighting for supremacy, leaving behind another legend. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone watched as the light rain disappeared. Yuan-gu's final wish was to return to the Supreme Ancient Immemorial Era, but this was obviously impossible. It was unknown who let out a sigh first. Yuan-gu was a true person, but in the end, he had such a sad ending. This caused the hearts of those who wanted to prove their Tao to be moved. After a short period of silence, the people of the primitive lake let out roars of unwillingness. Many people rushed up with killing intent, turning into a torrent that swept towards Yifan. The vast plains were filled with killing intent, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Black mist surged and killing intent surged. Many people in the primitive lake felt their hearts drip blood. This was the 8th-generation grandson of the primitive emperor. He only lived to prove his Tao, yet he died just like that. They felt as if they lost a treasure, throwing away tens of thousands of years of heavenly luck. Bzz. A streak of cold light flew out, shooting towards Yifan's head. This was a small silver spear the length of a chopstick, an archaic treasure. It aimed straight for the space between his brows, about to impale him to death. Yifan moved sideways, not going to receive it. It was because this small silver spear that was the length of a chopstick had ripples everywhere, carved with endless patterns. It wasn't something a normal person could produce. Light flashed from the center of Yifan's brows. The violet golden hammer produced a ripple. This was a damaged sacred weapon. It shattered the small world on the spot, turning it into ashes. Kill him. A light flashed from the center of Yifan's brows. The violet golden hammer produced a ripple. This was a damaged sacred weapon. It shattered the small world on the spot, turning it into ashes. Kill him. It was unknown who shouted. A large green claw stretched out from the void, covering the entire sky. It actually emitted the might of a saint, wanting to destroy Yifan. The center of Yifan's brows flashed again. A strand of violet golden ripple shot out like a soaring dragon. It flickered with brilliance and blocked that large claw while he himself rapidly retreated. What are you still staring blankly for? Kill the human race's saint body and take revenge for Yuan-gu. Someone shouted from the Dawn Perch Plains. At the same time, several large hands reached down from the heavens. They came from different people, and they all possessed the might of a saint. They were incomparably terrifying, and their auras were intimidating. They were all experts with one foot in the ancestral king realm. These people could sweep through a region and wipe out several clans. They all took action against Yifan. I will fight a decisive battle against Yuan-gu. Life and death are up to fate. What is the meaning of this? Yifan looked towards the sky. You dare kill the ancient emperor's descendant? Even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for your crimes. How can you live? Pay with your lowly life. In the end, a total of 6 large hands reached down. They weren't true ancestral kings, but they were still close. The space between Yifan's brows blossomed with violet golden ripples. They split into 6 in total and shot towards the 6 large hands. Each of them contained a strand of 9-color divine flame from the fiery domain that could burn everything. Chi! In the sky, the 6 large hands all trembled and quickly disappeared into the void. No one understood what was happening. What are you all waiting for? The human race's saint body killed the ancient emperor's bloodline. This is a great crime that cannot be pardoned. Let's kill him together. Someone hooted and instigated in secret. Yifan watched with cold eyes. Regardless of whether it was those who took action or those who were hooting, none of them were from the primitive Lake Emperor clan. There were people who harbored unfathomable motives and were purposely stirring up a dispute. This is a fair battle. This battle has a result. You all are bewitching people's hearts. Do you want the primitive lake to start a war with the human race? Someone shouted. At the same time, a dazzling streak of light surged. Great Tao patterns filled the sky and blood energy surged like a sea. The barbarian king walked out and continuously flicked his fingers. People continuously cried out miserably. There was a black tortoise on his head. Within the crowd, more than 10 figures turned into bloody light. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. They were precisely the people who had instigated trouble in the dark. Not a single one of them survived. When did the primitive lake fall to such a state? Even some stray dogs and cats want to order them around and fight against the human race. The barbarian king spoke. Hong. The people of the primitive lake finally expressed their stance. Endless killing intent surged as a group of people pressed forward. There was an ancient king at the center whose blood energy reached the heavens. Many people couldn't help but kneel down as they couldn't endure the pressure. This was a group of murderous death gods. Yuan-gu was the hope of their clan, yet he died just like that. This was an immeasurable loss. However, it could be predicted that in the next 10,000 years, the Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Fire Chelan Cave and others would become even more prosperous. This was because the ancient emperor's 8th grandson had fallen, so the primitive lake situation was worrying. Whether or not we are going to be used isn't something you can decide. An elder from the primitive lake had a cold expression. He waved his sleeves and swept towards the barbarian king. It was clear that he didn't come with good intentions. This was especially the case for the ancient king at the center. Every single pore on his body was flowing with killing intent. Strand after strand of killing intent flowed out from his pores and crushed heaven and earth. Even his clansmen didn't dare to approach him. His white hair was scattered and his eyes were terrifyingly empty. This ancient king stared at the black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head and said, "The Jade Lake meeting has an agreement that the saints cannot display their divine abilities. Are you trying to break this rule? You cannot speak irresponsibly." The one who took action just now was the little barbarian and not the great black tortoise. I know that your heart is overflowing with resentment. After the ancient emperor's bloodline died, you only want to find an excuse to take action, said the black tortoise. Pang! In another direction, a powerful aura covered heaven and earth as it arrived. Another ancestral king appeared, dressed in azure gold battle clothes. He was like a war god as he walked over from the horizon, arriving in just 2 steps. The human race's divine body is so amazing. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness, even killing the descendant of the primitive emperor just like that. It was clear that he didn't come with good intentions. Even though he didn't come from the primitive lake, it was clear that he came for them. In a battle of life and death, I will be killed if I show mercy. It's a fair battle. Do you still need to repeat the great principles here? Yi Fan spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He had long since prepared his heart for such a thing to happen. The myriad chi cauldron flew out and floated above Yi Fan's head. Strands of divine force fell down and protected his body. The 9-colored flame within was ready to be unleashed at any time to kill everyone, regardless of whether they were ancient kings or royalty. Incredible. Now that you killed the descendant of the primitive emperor, will you also trample on us in the future? The third ancient king appeared. He wore a violet gold crown on his head and had his hands clasped behind his back. He took a step down from the night sky and actually stomped towards Yi Fan's head. He wanted to trample him to death. You all are going too far. It's a fair battle, life and death will be decided by fate. The black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head spoke. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light, blocking the ancient king's foot and forcing him back a few steps. Kill him. Many people in the primordial lake couldn't bear it and couldn't accept this fact. Many people surrounded Yi Fan together. The black tortoise on top of the barbarian king's head spat out a ray of light and said, "Do you all really want to break the rules and force the great black tortoise to take action?" Its words were like thunder, shaking these people to the point that they couldn't approach. The white-haired ancient king from the primordial lake snorted coldly. He took a step forward and faced the black tortoise, blocking its aura. An inch-long divine sword shone resplendently between his brows. Everyone was horrified. That was the primitive emperor's Dao sword. Yuan Gu had used it not long ago and its power was obvious to all. Not everyone had the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to defend against it. The primitive emperor's Dao sword was the ultimate forbidden secret technique. It had the power to transform into the Dao and could kill all enemies. Almost no one could resist it, especially when it was used by an ancient king. If the saints don't show their divine abilities, will they really become empty words? The black tortoise spoke with a grave expression. In the sky, the purple gold-crowned ancient king revealed a cold smile. He stepped down once again and stomped on Yi Fan's head, wanting to trample him to death. Buzz! The void trembled. He retreated very far in the sky, but this time, he still couldn't stop because a stooped and skinny old man appeared. The saint from Tianxian Stone Square stood beside Yi Fan and said calmly, "This battle has ended. Everything ends here. You think you can end it just because you say so?" The purple gold-crowned ancient king sneered in the sky. "I believe that the people of the primordial lake have their own bearing," the old saint from Tianxian Stone Square said. Then, his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the purple gold-crowned ancient king. Thud, thud, thud. He couldn't help but take a few steps back with a shocked expression. The white-robed divine king had made a name for himself in the Jade Lake meeting, but the ancient race didn't know much about the other saints of the human race. At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. They were equally unfathomable. The saints of the human race are really daunting. But do you think you can keep your holy body? The purple gold-crowned ancient king put his hands behind his back and sneered as he looked into the distance. At the end of that direction, 9 primordial ferocious beasts stopped in the sky, pulling an ancient carriage in the void. It exuded an ancient and majestic aura. The Nine Phoenix King, who had once been praised by the sacred battle sovereign, was there. Yifan opened his mouth and said, "Not every ancient king is as broad-minded as you. Don't you want to get rid of me? I'll stand here and see how you can touch a single hair of mine." Chapter 867. Qixia Plain was dead silent. No one had thought that Yifan would dare to challenge the ancestral king. He was fearless and dared to oppose him. Human saint physique. You haven't even matured yet and you're already so arrogant. The ancestral king with the purple crown was clearly going to attack. The night sky was dotted with stars. The sky had long since darkened and the great battle had ended. However, the situation was even more tense since there were saints in confrontation. "I'm not being arrogant. You're the one who's going too far. A fair battle has ended, yet you've come to interfere. What are you trying to do?" Yifan shouted. "Your courage is commendable, but you're still lacking the corresponding strength." The ancestral king with the purple crown finished speaking. His entire body shone as he stepped towards Yifan. This time, he had come prepared. In reality, Yifan really wanted to attack. He might not be able to burn his opponent to death, but he would definitely be able to heavily injure him. This kind of flame was too tyrannical. However, before he could attack, an aurora broke through from the distance. It was like thunder, dazzling and resplendent. It struck towards the ancestral king with the purple crown, containing the power of thunder. Even a saint couldn't avoid it. Human-shaped lightning. Someone cried out in surprise. This was a person in white with electricity all over his body. His entire body was overflowing with light and was curled up by blazing electricity. It was as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. Bang! The humanoid white light flashed. He raised his foot and stepped on the body of the ancestral king, causing him to cough up blood and fall into the dust. "Divine King!" Yifan cried out in surprise. "The fair battle has ended. You're so aggressive. What do you think the peace talks at the Jade Pool are?" Jiang Taishu's figure appeared here, blending in with the electricity. He was mysterious and unfathomable. In the distance, many people's expressions changed. This was the method of a saint. His true body might very well be tens of thousands of miles away. This was an incarnation formed from the condensed essence of heaven and earth. "You!" The ancestral king's expression changed. He was furious to be in such a sorry state. However, when he raised his head and saw that it was Jiang Taishu, he swallowed the rest of his words. In the battle at the Jade Pool, Divine King Jiang had killed so many corpses that the ground was covered in blood. He was invincible, making all the kings extremely fearful. Who dared to fight him alone? He was truly invincible. No one had thought that the Supreme God King would conjure a clone to protect Yifan at such a crucial moment. Everyone could not help but change in expression. He's of the same generation. Even if a Grand Completion King came to find trouble with him, I wouldn't care. But you, a dignified ancestral king, actually acted after their fair battle. What is the meaning of this? The Divine King roared. His voice was filled with a supreme might as he stared down at the ancestral king below. Boom! There was an uproar in the Dawn Perch Plains. Everyone was shocked. First, the demon saint, the Black Tortoise, appeared. Then, the saint of the Merak Stone Square appeared. In the end, even the Supreme Divine King came. They were all standing up for Yifan. The saints will not reveal their powers. This is the result that was agreed upon not long ago. If you want to break it, I have nothing to say, but I will definitely find you first. Jiang Taishu's white robes fluttered in the wind. He did not continue to pay attention to the ancestral king who was trampled on the ground, turning into the chi of heaven and earth and disappearing. How about we call it a day and drop everything? I believe in the magnanimity of the Tao brothers of the primitive lake. The old saint of the Merak stone square spoke. The eyes of the primitive lake's ancient king flickered. He did not feel indebted to the person wearing the violet gold crown. If a war really broke out, it would undoubtedly be his race that would act. The war between the royal clans was a huge matter. Tao brother, are you not satisfied with me? The eyes of the ancient king flashed. He stood up from the dust. His face was dark and he felt a burning sensation. The people of the primitive lake were very cold. They did not reply. The primitive Emperor Dao's sword on the forehead of the white-haired ancestral king flashed and disappeared. He retracted it back into his immortal platform. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Let's go." Tao brother, what do you mean by this? I'm standing up for you all, even willing to fight against the human saints. The violet gold crown spoke. After that, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Are you sure you want to act? The old saint of the Merak stone square took a step forward. Instantly, a wave of energy rippled out. Boom! He did not launch a fierce attack, but this ordinary kick caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The majestic ancient king of a generation was sent flying like a scarecrow, falling into the dust once again. You! The violet gold crown ancient king turned pale with fright. After that, he stood up with an ashen expression. Today, he had completely lost all face. The other ancient race experts also felt a chill from head to toe. This human saint who had aged beyond recognition was truly intimidating. What realm was this? It was definitely not inferior to Bai Yi. The unchanging Wei Yi. An old human cultivator in the crowd sighed. He had guessed the identity of the Merak saint according to the ancient records. He was one of the 3 heroes of Merak back then, the youngest junior brother of the crazy old man. What? A great sage or even the junior brother of the quasi-emperor? The moment these words were spoken, a commotion broke out. Even the ancient race members were stunned. This old man's origin was too terrifying. Wei Yi, a name that had disappeared for 6,000 years, was once again imprinted in everyone's hearts. Although the Merak saint had died in name, from this day onwards, he became even more revered. Forget it, it's just a fair duel. There's no need to create such waves. Even the Tao brothers from the primitive lake don't care, so why are you all doing this? Peace in this world is not easy to come by. At the end of the horizon, the 9 Phoenix Kings' voice came from the carriage pulled by 9 ancient beasts. Everyone was startled. They didn't think he would say such words. Since such a giant had spoken, who would still want to fight? The human race's holy physique, great sage Hunchuo asked me to convey many thanks. If you have free time, you can take a stroll around the Heaven Square. No one will stop you, said the 9 Phoenix King. His voice resounded through the sky as the carriage pulled by the 9 ancient beasts disappeared into the horizon. The experts of the ancient races were even more shocked. They were all dumbfounded. What did this mean? Even the great sage Hunchuo wanted to protect the human race's holy physique. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. This was an ancient dragon chimera that could prolong his life for 800 years. He didn't know whether or not he would become a great disaster in the future. The great sage, who could destroy half an ancient star with a wave of his hand, made people tremble. The starry sky was bright and the moonlight sprinkled down like thin smoke on Yi Fan's body. It made him look extraordinary and refined. He became the focus of all the race's gazes. Without a doubt, the human race's holy physique's name shook the world in this battle. He had defeated the ancient emperor's bloodline and killed the most impactful person of the younger generation at the severing path. He had taken the most solid step on the path of the great emperor. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yen Ryu, Huang Shudao, Hui Qinzi, the Jade Lake Saint Girl, the Central Emperor, the Divine Silkworm Daoist, the the purple mansion saint girl, the imperial prince, and the others all looked over. Some had eyes as deep as the starry sky, some had eyes with extraordinary splendor, some were expressionless, and some even revealed killing intent. The younger generation was contending for supremacy, and it was unknown how many people would fall in the future. There was no right or wrong on the path of proving one's Tao, only ruthlessness and cruelty. Stepping on the blood and bones of the divine children, in the end, only one person could stand at the peak. They all have hope of proving the Tao. These people really shouldn't have come to this world together. If they were born separately, each one of them would be destined to shine brilliantly and have their names spread through the ages. Opportunities are fleeting. The path to immortality might open in this world, so who is willing to miss it? There might even be an emperor who hasn't died yet. In the dark, there were two old ancestor kings discussing. Then, they silently disappeared without a trace. After that night, the world was shocked and the 5 regions were in an uproar. Yuan-gu was killed, and the human race's holy physique won. News of this spread to every corner of this ancient star. The battle that attracted the attention of the world came to an end. The impact was great, and news spread to every sect. Even the great Thunderclap Temple sent out Buddhist chants. The victorious fighting Buddha personally inquired about the results of this battle. Once the news spread, the bells of all the ancient temples in the western desert rang out. Many old monks chanted Amitabha. The southern mountains, northern plains, central plains, eastern wasteland, and various other lands of the great sage were discussing this. The human race's holy physique had matured and was unstoppable. If he didn't fall, even if he couldn't prove his Tao due to the limitations of his physique, he would still be able to challenge the ancient emperors in the future. He could rule the world for 10,000 years and become an uncrowned king. This battle affected all the ancient races, making them truly realize that the human race had changed and could already coexist with them. The name of Yifan spread to every tribe. Divine City, inside the Jade Stone Square, the water on the stove was already boiling. Yifan placed 3 enlightenment tea leaves into the pot, and immediately, a fragrance filled the air. This time, he didn't come to drink tea from a saint. He had bought 3 divine tea leaves at a heaven-defying price from the Sky Fiend Treasure Tower just to thank the old Saint Wei Yi for protecting him. How fragrant! A group of people sat around him. They were all here to drink tea, including Pang Bo, Li Tian, Monkey, and Li Heishui. Duanda was very tactful and didn't dare to show himself. This was because he had wandered around the Jade Holy Land Cemetery and dug out a treasure. This was the so-called guilty conscience. Immortal Palace. Yifan put down his teacup. After hearing Pang Bo's experience, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Pang Bo was chased to the point where there was no path to heaven and no door to the earth. He fled to the vicinity of the forbidden ancient land and mistakenly entered the immortal palace. He had quite a good fortune and at the same time, he found traces left behind by an old friend. Shou Yi and the others entered the immortal palace and had a great fortune. I saw some clues. Lin Jia might be in the southern region. She left a message for me on the wall. I want to see how she is now. Yifan looked towards the south. The sacred physique of the human race appeared in the divine city. Everyone paid attention to it. Even the ancient creatures avoided it. The younger generation was in awe of him. How many people dared to compete with him? Ever since he killed Yuan-gu, Yifan's name was like the sun in the sky. Everywhere he went, the sect masters would bow their hands and receive him with great respect. He had a power that could intimidate an area. On this day, Yuanshi and Tong Tian appeared and waited for the heavenly prince to appear in the divine city. They wanted to ask for the enlightened tea heart. However, they didn't see him even after waiting for a long time. Heavenly Prince, a man can't live without trust. Please send me my enlightened tea heart as soon as possible. Pang Bo turned into a megaphone and used Tongtian's name to shout throughout the divine city for half a day. I am Yuanshi. I believe in the heavenly prince's character. I hope it won't be too long before I come to collect the wager. In the end, Yi Fan said that he didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to go to the southern region as soon as possible and find out what was going on. On this day, they crossed the void and arrived in the southern region. However, many people they asked didn't know where the Immortal Ascension Valley was. No one had heard of it at all. Let's go to the big-eyed girl's house and ask. Isn't her home in the southern region? The monkey said. He himself was very active, but sometimes, he liked to act like an old man and called Ji Ziyu a big-eyed girl. Right, let's go to the Ji clan and ask. Li Tian nodded. He really wanted to visit the clan where an ancient great emperor had appeared before. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others crossed the void and arrived at the banks of Jishui. On the other side of the river was the ancient clan of the ancients, the Ji clan. Boom! In the Ji clan, clouds and mist surged. The heavenly palace's gate that was suspended in the sky opened. Many important figures of the Ji clan came out to welcome them personally. Among them were their clan masters who were about to go into seclusion, as well as some living fossils and elders. This kind of treatment wasn't something everyone could receive. It could be said to be extremely rare. Today was completely different. Back then, when Yi Fan came here, he was just a small cultivator and was threatened by everyone. Now, he was on equal footing with a sect's leader and was respected by everyone. Little Yi, are you here to see me? Ji Ziyu smiled happily in the crowd. Her bright eyes and little dimples appeared, making her look very playful and moving. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. If this was in the past, some of the elders of the Ji clan would definitely be angry and wouldn't allow Ji Ziyu and Yi Fan to get too close. But now, everything had changed. The stubborn faction was happy to see this scene. Even some old undyings were smiling while stroking their beards. This river is called Jishui. Why is it exactly the same as the one recorded in the historical records on the other side of the starry sky? Pang Bo muttered and asked Yi Fan beside him. I asked Ziyu, but she doesn't know. Yi Fan said. Oh, you are saying that there is a Jishui on the other side of the starry sky. Don't tell me it's the mysterious place where our Void Emperor once stayed. One of the elders from the Ji family flicked his ears and heard their whispers. What? Yi Fan and Pang Bo both cried out in shock. Chapter 868. It was very likely that the Void Emperor had been to ancient China. This secret shocked Yi Fan and Pang Bo. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, a name appeared in their hearts at the same time, Yellow Emperor. This existence that was both human and god was born at the banks of Jishui. Was there some cause and effect? However, after thinking for a while, they shook their heads and denied it. The time didn't match at all. Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4,000 years ago, and the Void Emperor had passed away for hundreds of thousands of years. Elders, can you tell us in detail? We're all ears. Pang Bo went forward and grabbed an old arm to support him. Be gentle, it's falling apart. The old man from the Ji clan grimaced. He didn't have the fortune to enjoy Pang Bo's arm that was 3 times thicker than an ordinary person's. He said, I saw this in an ancient book in the scripture pavilion. The records aren't detailed and I've almost forgotten about it. This isn't the place to talk. Everyone, please come in. The Ji clan's holy lord smiled. Ji Haoyue followed beside him and would officially take over in a few years. The Ji clan ruled over the southern region and looked down on the eastern wasteland. Few lineages could compare to them. They had once produced a human emperor and their foundation was incomparably strong. Clouds and mist lingered around. All kinds of palaces were suspended in the air. Spiritual birds danced in the air and orchids floated in the air. It was like a fairyland. It was a magnificent scene. Pure lands rose and fell one after another, suspended above the clouds. There were even more tens of thousands of tall mountains towering, and great white waterfalls cascaded down. It was incomparably majestic. Roar, a loud roar came from afar. A black mountain towered in the clouds and a black flood dragon as thick as a mountain was tied to it. The group was quite shocked. A clan that had produced a great emperor was indeed different. That flood dragon was majestic and had a pure bloodline. Its roar was accompanied by the cries of the Tao and its realm was unfathomable. GZUS said, "That is the holy region and is connected to a small world. The black dragon guards that place and can't move half a step away. It can only live in front of the black dragon swamp. It's very pitiful. My brother and I used to accompany it when we were young." It was obvious that this was a secret place that was of utmost importance to the G family. Those who were not direct descendants would not be able to enter. Their foundation was indeed unfathomable. On the way, Yifan met a familiar person. It was G tribe's 8th elder. He was an elder with an illustrious status. Back then, he had stood on the side of Northern Plains Wang tribe and made things difficult for him. The two of them stared blankly at each other. The light in G family's 8th elder's eyes flickered, and in the end, he sighed inwardly. He cupped his hands and left just like that. The present was different from the past. Northern Plains Wang tribe had already been flattened by Yifan's cavalry. The situation was stronger than him. If he wanted to do anything, he would probably be killed by the G tribe themselves. The central void heavenly watchtower was grand and lofty, as if it was the ancient heaven. Red-crowned cranes danced about, colorful wands cried out, circling above. Only the most esteemed guests could enter, yet now, it was wide open. The G family was very courteous. Yifan's battles had shaken the world and attracted everyone's attention. He had even severed the ancient emperor's bloodline, so how many people could stop him? The Ji family's elders had investigated in detail and learned of the relationship between Ji Haoyue and Yifan's group. Naturally, they wanted to pull Yifan into their camp. In the past, a portion of people objected to Ji Ziyue and Yifan being too close, but now, almost all of them had changed their minds. If the Ji family could have another great completion saint physique because of this, they would not have to worry for the next 10,000 years. Before Yifan and Pang Bo could ask Ji Shuwei, a living fossil went straight to the point. "I heard that you came from the other side of the starry sky, is this true?" Now, the mystery of Yifan's identity was no longer a secret. Many people already knew about it, so it was no big deal for him to ask like this. "That's right." Yifan nodded and admitted. "The starry sky is boundless, there are too many secrets. No wonder even the ancient emperors had to travel so far. There are many secrets in the universe that we don't know about." An old man sighed. A graceful and beautiful maid walked into the palace and served tea. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. It was actually the Tao comprehension tea. This kind of divine tea was rarely served to people. "I didn't expect to be able to taste this kind of divine tea so often." The Black Emperor stood up and stretched out a pair of huge claws, scaring the maids so much that they almost covered its face with the tray. Not long later, an elder of the Ji family personally went to fetch an ancient book and flipped through it with Pang Bo and Yifan. They wanted to find out about the mysterious place that the Void Monarch had been to. Oh, speaking of which, our Ji family is not a native of the Northern Dipper Star region. In fact, the ancient emperors seem to have crossed over from the star region. Those who truly belong to this world might not exist, a living fossil said. Yifan and Pang Bo were both surprised. Only the Black Emperor stretched out his huge head and shook it. Ruthless and Emperor Wu Shi were born in this world. They came here to prove their Tao. Maybe. The living fossil of the Ji family smiled and didn't argue. Maybe our race's emperor came from your world. The old man who flipped through the ancient book with Pangbo said. Impossible, tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors were still living in places like Zakutian and Yuanmo. How could there be cultivators? Pangbo shook his head. Then, he was stunned again. How could he understand everything in this world with the thinking of Earth? He couldn't deny the theory of mysteries. Since there were people like Laozi and the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty, then the ancient era might be different from what he knew. There might really have been a war of gods. There were too many myths and legends on Earth, and some of them were related to this world. Some of them could even corroborate each other. Did they really exist? Found it, here. Yifan, Pangbo, and the two old men carefully read the ancient book that was sealed with Tao patterns. It mentioned the Qi practitioners and the ancient path of the starry sky. However, there were just too few records, only a few key words. This was recorded when the imperial prince passed away in his later years, something he heard when he was young. As for what exactly the Void Great Emperor said, he couldn't remember it clearly, only having vague memories. It must be Earth. Yifan and Pangbo were stunned. And, the Battle of the Celestial Court. Even the Black Emperor was dumbfounded. He stared at the last word and was lost in thought. The people of the Ji family laughed. Many of the old antiques shook their heads and told them not to take it seriously. The emperor had heard it when he was young and it had long become blurry. It was only when he passed away that he muttered it to himself and it was remembered by the later generations. Some of them had already been confirmed. Many of them were stories that the Void Emperor had heard when he was young and they weren't true. The Battle of the Celestial Court. Yifan muttered to himself. His thoughts didn't waver because of them. There were definitely many unknown secrets on Earth that had disappeared in the river of time. There is also an incomplete map. At the end, they saw a map of mountains and rivers. There was a huge mountain carved on it, but there were no words. It looks like Mount Tai. Yifan and Pangbo glanced at each other. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that it was similar. This is the mountain map that the emperor drew according to his blurry memories before he passed away. Mount Tai was known as the #1 mountain in the world. In ancient times, it was seen as the place where the sun was born and where all living things grew. There were historical records that stated that no mountain was greater than it and no history was greater than it. Laozi left Hangu Pass and rode on an ox. This is enough to prove that many of the legends are true. Pangbo said. The Laozi you are talking about is an old man riding a green ox. The Ji family master suddenly asked. Yes. I have seen him before. The Ji family master said. Pfft. Yifan and Pangbo spat out the enlightenment tea in their mouths and revealed expressions of disbelief. They were truly shocked. The beautiful maids hurried over to clean up the mess. When I was young, I saw the elders welcoming such a person. They were extremely respectful. The Ji family master said. That was more than 2,000 years ago. He was still young, so he could only watch from afar and couldn't say much. Later on, he learned that the guest was an unfathomable person who had come specifically for the Void Emperor's inheritance. Speaking of outsiders, there have been a few of them. A living fossil said. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have spoken of these secrets. Now, Yifan was on par with them. Moreover, he himself came from the outer realm. That was why they had so many things to say and wanted to investigate. Several ancient books were sent over. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any clues. They didn't know which ancient star region those people came from. They didn't seem to be related to Earth, so it was difficult to find any clues. I really want to return to the other side of the starry sky. Yi, do you think we can dig out the fragments and remains of the celestial court? Pangbo asked. This Is really hard to say. Yifan rubbed his chin and pondered. In the end, Yifan and the others asked the Ji family where the immortal Ascension Valley was. They were told that it was a very mysterious place in the Great Wastelands. In the past, a divine king of the Ji family had entered the immortal palace outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity and obtained a fortune. In the end, he was sent to the immortal Ascension Valley, and only then did he know about that place. Ziyue, you can go with him. With me at home, you don't need to worry. When there was no one else around, Ji Haoyue said to his sister. A living fossil of the Ji family passed by and heard their conversation. He didn't object and instead said that if they could really go to the other side of the starry sky, there would definitely be a way to return. The group left the Ji family and headed for the immortal Ascension Valley. Yifan wanted to see Lin Jia. He didn't know how she was doing and couldn't forget some things of the past. A group of people came to this world, but why didn't the others appear? This made him suspicious. He really didn't know what they were doing and where they were scattered. Back then, how many of us came to this world? It should be 16, Pang Bo muttered to himself. Yes, in the ancient coffin on the Mars star, more than a dozen people died. Only 16 came to this world alive, Yifan said. Among them, Lu Yunji, Li Zhangqing, and Wang Yan failed to harm us. As soon as they came to this world, they died in the tiger's den outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. Pang Bo nodded. They were taken by the 6 blessed and heavenly abodes of the Yen land to cultivate. Among them, 3 died a few years later. One had a problem with his cultivation, one was killed when he went out, and one was torn to shreds by a strange beast while gathering herbs. Now, only 10 people truly survived. Li Xiaoman turned against them and became a great enemy. Zhang Wenchang was in the humble peak, Lu Yi entered the Jasper pool, and Kai was taken away by an old monk to become a Buddhist guardian Vidra. As for the others, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, and Zhang Xiling had never appeared. No one knew what happened to them. Are you sure that, other than us, the people in the ancient bronze coffin on the Mars star and the others who came to this ancient planet are all dead? Yifan asked. Pang Bo pondered and didn't reply immediately. I still feel that there's a ghostly shadow standing in the darkness watching me, Yifan muttered to himself. Chapter 869. The Eastern Wasteland, as the name implied, was located in the east, vast and boundless. It was known for its great wastelands, and this was where its name came from. It was divided into the southern region, central region, and other places. This was a great wasteland in the southern region. The land was boundless, the mountains and rivers vast, primitive forests dense. There was no sign of human habitation within hundreds of thousands of li, and few people set foot here. Yifan and the others entered the barren mountains, and after traveling for who knew how many li, they searched for Immortal Ascension Valley according to the mountain river diagram they obtained from the Ji family. This place that had been deserted for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years had many rare medicinal herbs. If they were lucky, they might be able to dig up rare precious medicines with extremely ancient medicinal ages. Up ahead, a mushroom cloud rose, and then streaks of black heavenly tribulation descended, submerging a swamp. A large black crocodile appeared there, covering the sky like a dark cloud. What? That's a Tao severing tribulation. The Black Emperor was shocked. Up ahead was a formidable crocodile. Its entire body was pitch black, and it had severed its own shackles, about to enter the king realm. No one expected to see this kind of existence so soon after entering the great wastelands. This strange beast was about to reach a height that many sect masters couldn't even reach in their entire lives. No one approached and watched from the distance. This black divine crocodile roared towards the sky, swallowing and spitting out light, doing everything it could to resist. The surrounding mountain ridges all collapsed, and the swamp was also evaporated, becoming hard ground. 2 hours later, the heavenly tribulation became more and more terrifying. In the end, with a loud honk sound, a black waterfall poured down. The large crocodile released a miserable cry, and then its body exploded. What a pity, the heavenly tribulation will disappear soon. It failed, and in the end, its body and spirit will both be destroyed. The monkey sighed. The heavenly tribulation suppressed the heavens. The large black crocodile exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. A small crocodile flew out from its forehead, formed from its divine sense. However, it shattered in the black sky dome. In the great wastelands, this kind of thing wasn't strange at all. There were often ancient beasts that died after failing to cross tribulation, especially in secret lands that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years. In reality, it was the same for humans. All cultivators had to face it, and quite a few people fell on the path to higher levels, turning into scattered white bones. However, just like this black divine crocodile, no one knew about it. They followed an ancient path into the primitive mountain forest, passing through many valleys, and then entered the interior of the great wastelands. With a shrill sound, a streak of golden light flashed past. What is that? Yifan's expression froze. He felt a chill run down his spine, and he had a bad feeling. It looks like a small dragon, Li Tian said. After chasing for a long distance, he didn't find anything. It should be a lightning bird. They have the fastest speed in the world. If it was a lightning king, little Yezi, you might not be able to catch up if you don't improve your Xing formula, Li Heishui said. I hope so. Yifan didn't say anything else. They continued forward. Pitter-patter, in the distance, lightning rushed into the heavens. The scene was terrifying. The clouds were all dyed in gold, and waves of noises sounded. They quickly ran forward, crossed a large canyon, flew over two mountains that towered into the clouds, and finally arrived at the scene. Up ahead, not a single blade of grass grew. There was a stone mountain with streaks of golden electrical radiance curling about it. The scene was extremely mysterious and dazzling. On the peak of the mountain, there was a huge bird's nest. All sorts of lightning bolts fell from the nest. Tens of thousands of them fell like a golden waterfall. What kind of nest is this? It looks like a divine bird's nest. There shouldn't be any immortal treasures, right? The Black Emperor couldn't hold it in any longer. If not for Pang Bo holding him down, he might have already rushed up to snatch the treasure. Something's wrong. There was a living creature in the bird's nest. They felt the aura of life and flew up into the sky to take a look. They were immediately shocked. An existence that looked like a phoenix was currently transforming into the Tao. All sorts of electrical radiance were emitted by it. Tao patterns densely covered the nest, and golden lightning coiled around the mountain. Its body wasn't large, only 3 meters or so. Its entire body was golden, and of course, if those beautiful tail feathers were included, it would be 3 to 4 meters long. It was dazzling and dazzling. It can't really be a demonic beast with the bloodline of the phoenix, right? It's actually transforming into the Tao. The few of them were all stunned. This is a lightning phoenix. It has an extremely high concentration of phoenix blood. The Black Emperor was experienced and knowledgeable. After observing for a long time, he said. Lightning bird was a type of extremely powerful strange bird. It flew extremely fast and looked as if it was made of gold. Its entire body was coiled with electrical radiance, and it was a war pet that many cultivators wanted to tame, but it was extremely difficult. Some of their bloodlines were very special, and their talents were even more terrifying. They had phoenix crowns on their heads, and they were called phoenix crown lightning birds. Most cultivators had to avoid them when they saw them. As for the king among them, it was even more special. It was called the lightning phoenix bird, and it had undergone the phenomenon of atavism. It possessed a portion of the phoenix's bloodline, and it was the most powerful among them. It was rumored that once it grew up, even a mortal 3 would find it difficult to stop it. The so-called rare beasts and strange birds are precisely these kinds of existences. The Black Emperor exclaimed in admiration. Then, he shamelessly boasted that he wanted to take in a beast pet. There were no immortals in this world. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, and the others were all legendary existences. The highest grade spiritual beast divine bird bloodline was also a creature on the level of the lightning phoenix. If I raise one and keep it by my side, I might be able to nurture a demonic beast saint in the future. Even Pang Bo was moved. He rubbed his palms together, but in the end, the Black Emperor bit onto his arm, not allowing him to make the first move. This lightning phoenix has been injured, and it has been forced to transform. The monkey spoke. With his fiery eyes, he saw a bloody hole at the back of the lightning bird's head. Fresh blood was dripping, and it had pierced through its primordial spirit. This is a king bird that has stepped into Immortal 3, and it is actually injured to this extent. This desolate land is really terrifying. Everyone, be careful. Yi Fan reminded. Then, he thought of the golden light that disappeared in a flash. Could it really be a lightning bird? After all, there was such a powerful bloodline in the mountains. Bo! A soft sound came from the bird's nest. The lightning phoenix's transformation was coming to an end. Its entire body was transforming, and it slowly turned into a rain of light. It was incomparably beautiful. Too pitiful. Back then, I raised a phoenix crown lightning bird, and it was killed by Gbue. Although its bloodline wasn't as strong as this one, it was still very spiritual. It died while crying and pecking my fingers. Gbue said softly, as if she was very sad. Bo! In the end, a blazing light shot out, and the lightning bird completely transformed. Its bones were obliterated, its feathers disappeared, and its flesh burned, turning into a rain of light with divinity. It was exceptionally gorgeous. A cry of Tao rang out, and then all the light was restrained, disappearing from the nest and entering an egg. What? There's a golden egg, and the divine rain produced by the transformation flew into it. A few people cried out in surprise. Then, they quickly rushed up the stone mountain. At this time, the lightning had all disappeared, and this place was exceptionally quiet. The nest was constructed from various kinds of spirit wood, and the inside was covered with soft medicinal herbs. It was full of spiritual power, and in the center was an egg the size of a fist. The golden light was restrained, and it was sparkling and translucent. This is the egg of a lightning phoenix. One can't even find one or two in the entire world, and now it has been showered by the light rain produced by the transformation of Tao. It can be said to be rare throughout the ages. If there are no accidents, no matter what, it will grow into a demonic saint in the future, the large black dog said. The golden egg emitted strands of Tao pattern fluctuations. It could naturally resonate with Tao, and automatically absorb spiritual essence from the surroundings. It was very mysterious. Mine! The large black dog leaped over, and with his body that was as strong as a bull, he pushed his competitor, Pang Bo, to the side. Of course, Pang Bo wouldn't give up so quickly. He was extraordinarily talented, and was 1 or 2 heads taller than ordinary people. With a wave of his arms, he lifted the large black dog up. Stop fighting, be careful of damaging the demonic saint egg, Yi Fan reminded. This golden egg was indeed extraordinary, and they definitely couldn't lose it. In the end, they decided to have Gbue put it away first, and have the large black dog stay far away. Taking it as a beast pet was a small matter, and the most important thing was that they were afraid that it would be eaten. That was because this damned dog had accidentally let slip that this kind of divine egg was great nourishment if eaten, and it could increase a lot of cultivation for no reason. *CK, I was just saying it casually. Is there a need to be so guarded against me? It was very unwilling. At the foot of this stone mountain, they saw a few lightning phoenix feathers, all stained with blood. Obviously, they were left behind when this king bird that had transformed into Tao returned and struggled on its deathbed. How pitiful. I think it only wanted to pass on its power of transforming into Tao to this egg. Everything was for the sake of its child, so it struggled on its deathbed and returned, Jesus said. The few of them sighed. That should be the case. What kind of creature had killed it? Yifan picked up a tail feather on the ground, and carefully observed it for a long time. Let's go. We've already arrived at the center of the great wilderness, and there's still 10 or 20,000 kilometers to go before we reach the celestial ascension valley. They passed through mountain range after mountain range according to the map. Some mountains towered into the clouds, and the peaks were covered with snow, while others were shrouded in clouds and mist, evergreen all year round. The wilderness was vast, and the vegetation was lush. Apes cried and tigers roared, and a stone forest appeared in front of them. It was a strange sight. We've arrived. According to the map, it's just a few dozen kilometers ahead of us in the stone forest. We've finally found it, Yenishi said. There were all kinds of spiritual birds and rare beasts in this place, and it looked very auspicious. Fragrance wafted in the stone forest, and ginseng, orchids, and other plants grew. Before they even reached the celestial valley, they could already see all kinds of auspicious auras. No wonder we haven't heard any news about Lin Jia for so many years. So she's hiding in a pure land. She must have reaped great benefits in the celestial palace and has been cultivating in seclusion, Pang Bo said. They followed the stone forest and advanced for more than 15 kilometers. Finally, they saw a magnificent land. Auspicious auras were hazy, immortal cranes were flying, and all kinds of rare beasts were hidden. It was a magnificent scene. The inside of the valley was like a fairyland. Colorful clouds lingered around it, and the entrance of the valley was connected to the stone forest. There were all kinds of spiritual trees and old herbs growing inside. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of the valley, and there were 4 ancient words engraved on it, Celestial Ascension Valley. This was a peaceful and tranquil land. Auspicious light shone, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted in the air. The creatures were not startled by people, and there were no waves. It was peaceful and tranquil. This is indeed a rare Tao land. It can calm one's heart and help one comprehend the Tao. This is the reason why many cultivators live in seclusion. Even the Black Emperor praised it. This place could allow one to harmonize with the Tao and clear one's mind. It smells so good. Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes, revealing an intoxicated expression. It's an ancient Qilin tree, there's a huge patch of it. The monkey was shocked as he looked into the valley. There was a patch of ancient trees there, and the fragrance was spreading out. Every single one of them was like a horned dragon, and their branches were coiled around, as if they were wondrous trees that had been carefully nurtured. Moreover, the most special thing was that the flowers that the ancient trees produced were very magical. They were sparkling and glistening, and they were shaped like little purple qilins. They were extremely special. This kind of ancient tree is also very rare in the primordial era. Raising more than 10 of them is very useful for cultivators. One's state of mind will be incomparably calm, and it will be easy for one to resonate with the Tao. The monkey explained. This kind of Qilin tree's fragrance was very special. After coming into contact with it, it would be difficult for it to dissipate even after a few days. The fragrance would fill one's entire body, and it was the favorite of women in the primordial era. What a good place. The few of them sighed in admiration and were about to enter. However, Yifan reached out and stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment." His expression was grave. He took out that blood-stained lightning phoenix feather and placed it at the tip of his nose, gently fanning it. The fragrance was very faint, but there was indeed a little bit of it. Chapter 870. The valley was filled with specks of auspicious light. Clouds curled up and multicolored light overflowed in all directions. All kinds of spiritual birds danced around. No matter how one looked at it, it was like an auspicious and beautiful painting. How could there be killing intent? The lightning phoenix's feathers were stained with blood. They were passed around in everyone's hands. They placed it at the tip of their noses and seriously sniffed it. All of them revealed grave expressions. There's no need to pass it around. This emperor has already sensed it. The orchid fragrance on the tail comes from within the valley. I can even pinpoint which flower it came from, said the Black Emperor. This was his domain, and his nose was the most sensitive. Whoosh! A snow-white spirit fox ran out. It didn't have a single strand of mixed fur and was spotless. Its ruby-like eyes flickered as it glanced back at them. Then, it disappeared in a flash and rushed into the depths of the valley. It was quite intelligent. Is there really killing intent? There are many spiritual creatures in the valley. Why are they unharmed? Li Tianxin was puzzled. A snow-white old turtle the size of a pot lid peeked its head out and crawled slowly. It also appeared in the valley. The most peculiar thing was that there was a fist-sized white turtle lying on its shell. Li Heishui picked up a stone and smashed it forward. With a whoosh, the white-shelled turtle madly stomped its four legs and disappeared without a trace. The creatures here were all intelligent. It could be said to be a wondrous land without a trace of danger. Be careful. Ever since we came to this desolate land, I've felt that something was wrong. It's as if there's a spirit lingering in the depths of the mountains, muttered Yi Fan. He used his heaven's eye to look around but didn't discover anything. Then let's call Lin Jia out, said Pang Bo, there's no need to shout. If my premonition is true, it's hard to say if Lin Jia is still alive, said Yi Fan in a deep voice. He then told the Black Emperor to lay down a killing formation and prepare to deal with it at any time. Since we're here, we have to figure it out no matter whether it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, said the monkey. Yi Fan nodded. They had already come this far, so they couldn't retreat without accomplishing anything. He and the monkey moved separately. They circled the immortal Ascension Valley from afar, wanting to observe it thoroughly. However, they were shocked. This was actually a small world, a world of its own. Only the valley could enter. My true body can't enter, and neither can my primordial spirit. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if I die. Let's create a clone to observe, said Li Tian. The damage to your avatar is also very damaging to you. Don't try it rashly. GZUS stopped Yi Fan. Don't worry, I have a technique that can allow me to enter the valley unharmed. The monkey said. He plucked out 4 strands of golden monkey fur from his body. 4 beams of light shot out from his glabella and entered the fur. The monkey fur grew larger in the wind and 4 battle saint apes appeared. They were exactly the same as the monkeys. They had fiery eyes and mouths, bearing their fangs at the few of them. Is there really such a wondrous technique? Pang Bo was very excited. He rubbed his hands and moved closer to the monkey, expressing his desire to learn it. This is the art of transforming 1 into 10 million. As the monkey explained, Yi Fan and Pang Bo listened attentively. They had long yearned for such a wondrous art, but they had never expected to learn it today. Damn it, there aren't so many hairs. Pang Bo was in great pain. After learning it, he plucked out a bunch of hair and grimaced in pain. Yi Fan plucked out 4 strands of hair. The tiny golden immortal in his immortal platform took a step out from his glabella. He blew out a mouthful of golden light and instantly transformed into 4 of himself. It's easy when you first learn it. It's not difficult to form a few of yourself, but it's too difficult to transform 1 into 10 million. Also, there's no need to count on your combat prowess, said the monkey. The destruction of these hairs wouldn't harm the main body, so the ability wouldn't be very strong. However, the monkeys said that this was a terrifying forbidden art. When the Emperor of Fighting executed it, he could transform into 10 million. Each of them had incomparable combat prowess and could instantly kill all living beings in the world, destroying an entire ancient planet. Yifan's 4 incarnations entered the valley and advanced in different directions. His main body was very clear about the situation ahead. At this moment, his main body seemed to have arrived in the valley and was divided into 4 parts. This was a very strange feeling. He mainly paid attention to the one who entered the depths of the valley from the middle path. Ancient trees swayed, spiritual chi was dense, and old medicinal herbs were everywhere. Following the bluestone path, it was as if he had entered an otherworldly paradise. After advancing for several miles, there was a thatched cottage ahead. It was harmonious and quiet, and a spirit spring gurgled. The clear water flowed under a small stone bridge, and it was very picturesque. He quickened his pace and walked toward the thatched cottage. However, at this moment, he felt a pain in his glabella and his vision darkened. He lost consciousness, not knowing what had happened. Outside the valley, Yifan's main body trembled. He opened his eyes and said, "It's very terrifying. Although that incarnation of mine doesn't have much combat prowess, its intelligence is very strong." However, it didn't sense anything and died in this auspicious realm. Everyone was stunned. If it was Yifan's main body that had entered, it would most likely be a disaster. He didn't even know how he was killed. This was enough to show how terrifying this incarnation was. The large black dog immediately set up a corner of the Wuxia killing formation, protecting them within it. He vigilantly paid attention to the movements in the surroundings. Yifan closed his eyes. Wisps of heavenly secrets were transmitted over from his second incarnation, and they were sensed by him. They traveled together and arrived in front of a forest of jade bamboos. Every bamboo looked as if they were carved out of suet jade. They were warm and sparkling white, and every section was translucent. Their leaves glowed with a white radiance. The forest wasn't very large, but the spiritual chi here was even denser. This was obviously a special type of treasured bamboo. Just like the Qilin tree, it was extremely beneficial to cultivators. There was a milky white essence that drifted about, making one feel very comfortable. There was a stone platform in the bamboo forest, as well as a few stone blocks. The expression of this incarnation of Yifan immediately stiffened. That was because there was a cell phone on the stone platform. If he remembered correctly, this should be Lin Jia's cell phone. There were some bamboo leaves on it, and they had all dried up. It was obvious that no one had touched it for a very long time. With a pu sound, he felt as if the top of his head had been torn open. A trickle of blood dripped down and flowed into his eyes. All the light faded, and endless darkness engulfed him. Is this the feeling of death? Outside the valley, Yifan's main body opened his eyes. His second incarnation had mysteriously died, and he hadn't even seen what the enemy looked like. It was really terrifying to the extreme. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. What kind of existence was this? How sharp was Yifan's spiritual sense? Yet, he had been killed on the spot, and he hadn't even seen what the enemy looked like. Then, Yifan's body shook again, and he said, "The third incarnation has also died." In the end, he suddenly shook, and 2 blazing beams of light shot out from his eyes. The beams of light were several dozen meters long. The last incarnation died, but before he died, he saw a black demonic shadow stretch out a hand and cover his face, crushing his entire head. I only saw a blurry shadow after dying 4 times. How is this immortal Ascension Valley? It's clearly a life-taking demonic valley, Li Tian said. There was a great danger in the valley. If Yifan and the others had entered rashly earlier, they would most likely be killed instantly. No wonder that Lightning Phoenix couldn't escape death despite being a king, Jesus said in a low voice. She used her hand to touch the golden egg, and strands of Tao patterns flowed out. Yi, are you sure that this is the writing left behind by Lin Jiao? Pang Bo asked. This didn't seem like a meeting between old friends. It was clearly a fatal trap. Moreover, the layout was very natural. The message left many years ago, and the clues of a few words made people take the initiative to find it. As long as they entered the valley, they would definitely die. Yifan muttered to himself, all these years, there's a ghost in the dark that has been watching my every move. This is a trap laid out many years ago, and I came here to die. I didn't deliberately create it, but I don't know how many dangers are waiting for me to trigger in the future. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than a saint? I'll use a corner of the Wuxia killing formation to open the way, and the Void Emperor's chessboard teleportation formation to be ready to escape at any time. I don't believe he can do anything to us, the Black Emperor said proudly. He decided to enter the Celestial Ascension Valley and see what kind of deity it was. They waited outside the valley for a very long time, but they didn't see any terrifying existences coming out. They all looked at each other, and finally prepared to enter the valley. The goddess furnace was held in Yenishi's hand, and she was ready to use it at any time to kill powerful enemies. Meanwhile, above Yifan's head, there were 81 small jet-black flags that were each an inch long floating up and down. They were strange and unfathomable. The large black dog was sweating profusely. He used up all his energy and drank a considerable amount of divine spring water, and only then did he carve a complex and unfathomable formation pattern on a jade disc. He said, "This is the killing formation of an ancient emperor, and it will probably only exist on this jade disc for half a day. We have to hurry." They advanced for several kilometers in the valley, but no danger occurred. When they reached the deepest part of the valley, they saw the thatched cottage, which still gave off a very auspicious and beautiful feeling. There was a gurgling spirit spring, and there was a pure white stone bridge. No matter how they looked at it, it was like a paradise. Boom! All of a sudden, the jade disc on the back of the Black Emperor swallowed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and it released countless wisps of divine light. Killing intent soared into the sky as it swept out. Pooh! Above their heads, a streak of blood-red light exploded. It was unknown what kind of being had fallen, but it transformed into a rain of blood that scattered all over the ground. What a powerful being! None of us sensed it. Just then, it almost closed in on us and tore open our skulls. It's a king tier, and it's a king tier that has reached the great accomplishment level. Their expressions all changed. What kind of place was this? How could there be such a terrifying being? No, it doesn't have any life force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to not sense it. But why is there a rain of blood? They stood back to back, and were vigilant of their surroundings. If it weren't for the Wuxia's killing formation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After crossing the stone bridge, Pang Bo shook open the thatched cottage. In an instant, chilly winds howled furiously, and black fog surged into the sky. The auspicious valley was no longer peaceful, and the screams of ghosts were ear-piercing. All kinds of god regulations and light danced about, and this place was razed to the ground. Hong! The jade annulus carved by the Black Emperor interweaved with countless strands, turning into divine chains of natural laws. It evolved into a Tao Si that rampaged in all directions. Blood splashed about, and blood-stained bone fragments shot in all directions. There were human figures everywhere, and there were terrifying existences everywhere. How could this be? What kind of place did we come to? How could there be a group of people like this? What are they? Why are they so powerful? Li Tian cried out loudly. If it wasn't for the Wuxia's killing formation, they would all be finished. Not even the monkey severing his Tao would be enough. Chilly winds howled angrily, and sand and stones flew about. There were over 100 figures moving about in the rain of blood. Pooh! Great Emperor Wu Shi's killing formation revolved, turning this place into an azure field. A majestic demonic figure was killed within the black chilly winds, and a bloody arm landed at their feet. What exactly is going on? Who are these people? How could there be such a group of powerful existences gathered together? This doesn't make sense. Pang Bo cried out loudly. Hong! The sky was incomparably pitch black. A majestic and intimidating building suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Numerous figures descended from within, surrounding and killing them. Dong! The Wu Shi's killing formation was unparalleled in the world. Even though it was incomplete, less than a tenth of its original form, it was still incomparable. It was the most powerful killing formation that ruled over the world. The jade annulus shot out a beam of divine light that rushed into the heavens, slicing off a corner of that building. It fell beside them, and endless smoke and dust were stirred up. What? The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. He looked at the corner of the grand building that had fallen onto the ground and cried out involuntarily, "Why is it the same as the southern heavenly gate we saw in the divine ruins?" There were a few ancient words carved in primordial divine text. The monkey had already grasped all of them after all these years, and it wasn't like before. It was chanting word by word, "Southern Heavenly Gate." Where did we come to? What kind of relationship did the immortal Ascension Valley have with the ancient heaven? Heaven, what kind of enemies did we encounter? Could it be that we are waging war against the heavenly soldiers and generals? Chapter 871. Great Emperor Wu Shi's killing formation blasted off a corner of the southern heavenly gate, stunning everyone on the spot. What kind of place was this? It was truly strange and terrifying. Dust flew everywhere. It was unknown how long this magnificent building had existed for. There were immortal Tao patterns protecting it, and the words, "Southern Heavenly Gate," on the board petrified everyone. What kind of place did we enter? Immortal Ascension Valley, can we really ascend to immortality? Did we enter the heaven realm? Are we wreaking havoc in the heaven palace? They had their backs to each other as they looked around nervously. There was still a bloody storm around them, and ghosts were running amok. Snow-white bones and bright red blood rained down continuously. It was a ghastly sight. There was a black heavenly palace above them, and 100 ghosts were marching in the night. An intense battle was going on here, and there were even demonic figures descending from the corner of the heavenly palace. Who cares what they are, kill them all. So what if there is ancient heaven? They have all turned into corpses and are no longer the unparalleled existences of the past. Let's kill them all, the monkeys shouted. At this time, they opened their heavenly eyes and saw the scene around them. The demonic figures that were rushing over were all wearing armor. They were like celestial soldiers and generals. It was very frightening. Every body had corpse hair, and they were not living people. Inconceivable, these people are at the immortal third slaying Tao realm. It doesn't make sense at all. There can't be so many kings, it must be an illusion. Pang Bo shouted. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. The black wind whistled, and everything here was unreal. It was too strange. Who in the world could control so many ghosts and gods? They all had the strength of a king. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. Perhaps only true heavenly soldiers and generals could have such power, retaining a portion of their strength after death. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. Don't tell me we were really unlucky and dug out the ancient heaven. These can't be the dead ghosts of the past, right? Even the Black Emperor was scared. The elders said that the ancient heaven isn't in this world. If there is, then it is only the southern heavenly gate that fell in the divine ruins. GZUS spoke. purple light danced about, and the demon saint egg in her hand was sparkling and translucent. That's right. We need to calm down. There must be something wrong with what we're seeing. Source Heaven's Eye of Dispelling Delusions. Yi Fan shouted. However, when his eyes shot out several li of beams of light, what he saw was still the same, not changing in the slightest. The majestic heavenly watchtower existed in the sky, the terrifying ghouls that fell down, everything was real. Damn it. Who cares what it is? Even if it's the real ancient heaven, so what? Even if it's the reincarnation of some heavenly soldiers and generals, so what? The Black Emperor went all out and said crazily, Great Emperor Wuxia suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, killing gods and killing immortals. His killing array can sweep through the celestial court. Yi Fan carved a piece of Heaven Genesis rune channel and placed a pile of god roots within it. Then, he placed the jade disc in the middle to provide more god energy. Boom! At this moment, the jade disc blossomed with boundless light. Over 10,000 divine chains of order rushed into the heavens and interweaved into a terrifying divine formation, shattering everything. Many heavenly soldiers and generals were turned into blood and bones. After that, the Wuxia's killing array sucked all the essence energy dry and unleashed a world-destroying attack. With a dong sound, the heavenly watchtower in the sky was flattened and turned into dust. Everything disappeared. The rain of blood stopped, and the chilly wind stopped. The ground was covered in blood and rubble. It was a scene of destruction. They didn't speak for a long time. Everything was like a dream. All the terrifying scenes had disappeared. The ancient heaven had been destroyed by them, and only a corner of the southern heavenly gate was left in ruins. Crash! Yi Fan walked forward and swept away all the rubble with a wave of his sleeve. A collapsed thatched cottage appeared, and after cleaning it up, a white skeleton was revealed. It was thin and pure white, and it had been dead for 1 or 2 years. His heart sank, and then he felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. Had that intelligent girl died? Yi Fan felt suffocated in his heart. The scenes of the past still appeared in his mind, even though he was together with Li Xiaoman in the end. Another old friend has passed away. Pang Bo also let out a long sigh. No, this girl isn't old and shouldn't be your old friend. She can't be more than 16 or 17 years old, the Black Emperor said, judging based on his experience. Hearing this, Yi Fan squatted down and looked carefully. It's a young girl, not Lin Jia. If it's not Lin Jia, then who could it be? It can't be that she set up a trap to kill us old friends, right? Pang Bo mumbled. If it wasn't for the ancient emperor's killing array, anyone who entered this place would die. It's obvious that she didn't want us to leave alive. Yi Fan sighed. This place was flattened. Not long after, auspicious multicolored light rose, and auspicious aura filled the air. It turned into a celestial ground again, making people feel incomparably strange. They had already walked a long distance. The large black dog drooped his head and muttered, "No, everything just now was fake. The real southern heavenly gate is in the ruins of God. Little Nan Nan and I have been there before, and when we looked at it from afar, it was the real thing. There was an immortal heavenly might spreading out." Then, he suddenly stood up and shivered, saying, "Could it be that kind of thing?" Everyone was startled by him. They all stopped and turned to look at him. What did this damned dog discover? Of course, it's definitely not the ancient heaven. I've already said it's not in this world. Jizu's large eyes that were filled with spirit rolled around as she muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against the large black dog stealing the demon saint egg. I know what that thing is. Maybe I can obtain a heaven-defying treasure. The large black dog was almost crazy. He stuck out his large scarlet tongue and laughed loudly. What treasure? Pang Bo asked. A treasure refined by the quasi-emperor. The large black dog's words caused everyone to suck in a cold breath. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of black light and rushed back, afraid that others would snatch it from him. He quickly returned to the ruined place just now. He first used the jade disc to defend himself, then stretched out his large claws and began to dig the ground, lifting up the foundation of the thatched cottage. Boom! A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky, causing everyone to involuntarily have a layer of goosebumps. Their pores all opened up, and their bodies became cold. A black stone statue appeared under the foundation. It was shaped like a malicious spirit, incomparably ferocious. It was pitch black like ink and filled with an ominous aura. If it wasn't for the suppression of Wuxer's killing formation, it seemed like it could destroy all life, and no living beings could approach it. What kind of ghost is this? Li Tian asked. The others were also puzzled. What a pity, this thing is almost useless. I was wondering, how could an ordinary person make it work? Turns out it's going to be destroyed. The large black dog was extremely distressed, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Cracks appeared on the black stone statue of the malicious spirit, as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. Indeed, it would be difficult for it to exist for much longer. The large black dog was careful, and he carved out various Tao patterns to seal it before putting it away into his treasure trove. What on earth is this thing? This is a humanoid battle formation, the large black dog explained. To be more precise, it was a type of formation that possessed boundless might. All of its secrets were carved into this stone statue, and once it was activated, its killing intent would be overwhelming. It could control corpses and transform them into the most powerful weapons. It could kill sect leaders, kill king tiers, and kill saints. It could steal the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful. It can even kill saints. The others were all astonished. Of course, this is a humanoid formation that the quasi-emperor refined with all of his life's effort. According to legends, there was a time when there was no emperor, when a holy spirit appeared and wreaked havoc in the world, but in the end, it was trapped and killed by this formation, the Black Emperor said. No way, a stone statue like this can kill a peerless holy spirit. The others were all in disbelief. Of course, there's more than one stone statue. There should be a sequence of them, and it's not like this one, which has almost been destroyed, the large black dog said. This was a stone statue of a malicious spirit. In its complete form, there should be a stone statue of a ghost, a stone statue of a human, and a stone statue of a celestial. There were a total of 9 of them, and each of them was an incredibly powerful formation. After the ghost statue was dug out, the celestial Ascension Valley became completely peaceful. There was no more killing intent, and all of the dangers had been resolved. Tang Bo suddenly smacked his own head in frustration and said, I missed a great opportunity. I might have seen a stone statue of a human. What? The Black Emperor immediately became spirited, and asked where he had seen it. It was in the Celestial Palace outside the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. I didn't pay much attention at the time, and I only saw that it was covered in cracks, which were similar to this ghost statue. It was almost destroyed, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The large black dog bared his teeth, and he really wanted to bite him a few times. That was a great opportunity. If I looked closely, there must be a method to activate it. You're so infuriating. In that case, the ghost statue might have also drifted out from the Celestial Palace. Yi Fan pondered. Not long after, they arrived at the bamboo forest. Every single jade bamboo was pure white and sparkling, and they were translucent and sparkling. Milky white essence swirled around them, and dense mist rose up. Yi Fan walked to the stone platform with large strides, and picked up the phone. He carefully used his divine power to produce a weak electric current, and then turned it on. A sweet-sounding music rang out. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as if they had been separated from the world, and both of them were absent-minded. It had been too long, and some memories had been unlocked because of this. Their current life was completely different from the past. "Little Yi, are you all right?" Ji Ziyue was worried, and she lightly shook his arm. "I'm fine." Yi Fan came back to his senses, and smiled at her. Then, he told her what this was, and explained it in detail. Yi Fan found some photos, and several of them were of him. He had almost forgotten when they had been taken. There were also many of Lin Jia herself, and her smile was very bright and warm. "This is..." Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes froze, and his expression froze. Pang Bo, who was beside him, sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing this, the others all gathered around. This picture was very dim, and there were many people in it. Their expressions were fearful and helpless. Many of them were extremely frightened, and they were huddled together in despair. "This is a picture taken by Lin Jia from the copper coffin," Yi Fan said in a low voice. They could tell that these were all old friends, and their expressions were full of despair and fear. This was the scene that happened in the coffin pulled by the 9 dragons. How terrifying! There was actually a malicious spirit beside us, and we didn't know it at that time. Pang Bo felt cold all over, and even his heart was filled with a chill. In the picture, there was actually a black shadow not far from them. It was incomparably malevolent and incomparably terrifying. In the darkness, it was completely out of place, and only a pair of eyes emitted a ghostly light. It was very frightening. Yi Fan also felt waves of terror, and he felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body. Back then, there was another person in the pitch-black coffin. It was a black malicious spirit, and no one had discovered it. Lin Jia actually took such a picture. She probably didn't want everyone to be afraid, so she didn't say it out loud. The more Yi Fan and Pang Bo thought about it, the more terrified they felt. At that time, there was actually such an existence in the pitch-black coffin, traveling together with them. It was hair-raising. When they recounted the events of the past, even Li Tian, Li Hishui, and the others felt their hair stand on end. They had traveled with an unknown malicious spirit, but they did not know that they were right beside them. Only now did they know the truth. This was truly frightening. Soon after, Yi Fan opened a recording, and a terrifying voice came out, as if it came from hell. "I'm back." Yi Fan and Pang Bo shivered, and they held their breaths, listening attentively. Chapter 872. The voice was distant and eerie, without the slightest bit of vitality. It was as if it came from the depths of the cold and dark underground, making one uncomfortable and full of resentment. "You can hear my voice, which means you survived. This is beyond my expectations." Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not say anything, listening quietly. Like a malicious spirit that had escaped from hell, the voice was like 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant, sending chills down one's spine. "Enjoy the time you have left. I will find you, take your life with my own hands, and sacrifice it for me." It was as if a 1,000-year-old ghost was cursing, cold and eerie. It did not speak much, but it made one feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. His tone was extremely vicious. For a long time, the bamboo forest was silent, without a single sound. Yi Fan clenched his fists. Back then, the 13 holy sons had set a trap to kill him, but it had always been a mystery. In the past, it was also this kind of voice, just as vicious, using Lui as bait to lure him to his death. That was the first time he had attracted a heavenly tribulation to kill an enemy. Blood was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Who knew how many people had died? However, he did not find any clues in that battle. Even after Yi Fan had searched for the culprit, he could not find the culprit. In the end, the matter was left unsettled, until now. And now, the culprit had finally appeared again, and it was the same person, and it was still that same vicious voice. He would never forget it after hearing it once. Pang Bo pondered for a long time, thinking about everything in the past, feeling that there were many possibilities, but he could not grasp the final truth in a short time. He said, after so many years, he has only acted twice, and there are only two reasons. First, Yi Fan had always been cautious. Back then, there were too many powerful enemies, and many sect master-level figures were chasing after him. For many years, he had used origin techniques to hide his true appearance and wandered everywhere, so no one could find him. Second, that person's cultivation was not enough, and only in recent years did he have enough confidence, feeling that he had the ability to kill Yi Fan, so he acted. It might not be a person, the large black dog muttered. He kept up with the times, and soon learned how to play with the phone, turning it over and over, wanting to embezzle it. The cold ancient coffin, the suffocating atmosphere, and the company of a ghost in the dark. Li Tian stared at the picture of the malicious ghost in the bronze coffin and felt that it matched the voice just now. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's go back and think about it carefully. Pang Bo punched the stone table, feeling a little uneasy. Back then, what kind of things crossed the void with us? Other than this specter, is there anything else? Yi Fan stared at the blurry picture and fell into deep thought. He and Pang Bo counted. There were 16 living people in the coffins and a few corpses. They should be on the way to the Big Dipper star region from the Mars star. Did this baleful ghost come from Earth, or did she come from Mars? The process of crossing the star domain was far more complicated than they had imagined. At that time, they had no idea at all. Now, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was truly a bit terrifying. There might be others. Be careful, Yi Fan said. Now, they were in the open, and the existence in the dark had been eyeing them covetously for so many years. It was really too dangerous. They searched the Celestial Ascension Valley. It had to be said that this was really a wonderful place. Old medicines took root in the crevices of the stone cliffs, and the fragrance of medicine wafted over. There were all kinds of precious trees, and many of them were mutants in the archaic era, let alone the present world. Li Heishui's luck was extremely good. He dug up an ancient medicine that was at least 50,000 years old beside a quiet stream. It was known as the Young Medicine King, and it overflowed with auspicious air and a strong fragrance. The large black dog targeted the ancient Qilin trees, and he dug up dozens of them at once. He almost looted them all, and even the mud and soil were put into his own treasury. To put it nicely, he was going to plant them in the celestial court in the future. Of course, that mud and fat jade-like spiritual bamboo forest was also swept away by him, and only a small amount was left behind to be used as seeds. This emperor is the most particular about not collecting all the essence of heaven and earth. Everything must be left with a trace of vitality, so that it can continue to reproduce. Everyone looked at him with disdain. The Celestial Ascension Valley was very large. This was a small world, and it was unknown when it had been opened. The ancient ruins were mottled, and some stone tables and stools had already decayed. The plants had even more so multiplied for who knew how many generations. Fresh flowers bloomed brilliantly in the valley, and there was a fragrance everywhere. A light breeze blew over, and all kinds of flowers drifted down, sparkling and translucent. The fragrance was intoxicating, and it was like a fairyland. This was a true pure land. It was beautiful and peaceful, making one not want to leave. It was a good place to cultivate and nurture one's character. The scenery was picturesque, and it was peaceful and pleasant. The sky was covered in a rain of flowers of all colors. They were sparkling and translucent, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Ji Ziyue used Yi Fan's cell phone to take a group photo for them. Then, she stood together with Yi Fan, smiling brilliantly in the rain of flowers. She asked Pang Bo to help take a photo, and the image was frozen in this eternal moment. She said that she had to store it carefully, and that she wouldn't lose it. The starry sky was too far, and who could be sure that they could meet again? She forced herself to smile, and then asked Yifan for his cell phone, keeping it close to her body. It smells so good. What kind of natural treasure has appeared? The Black Emperor sniffed, revealing a doubtful expression as he sprinted forward. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. After following for 7 or 8 kilometers, they also smelled a kind of delicate fragrance that made everyone's entire body feel comfortable. Their pores all opened, as if they were about to ascend to heaven. This was a stone forest, and not a single blade of grass grew. After advancing for more than 5 kilometers, a stone mountain appeared. The peak of the mountain shone brilliantly, and there was a 4-colored flower growing there. 4 types of auras pervaded the air, and when they descended, even the mountain became hazy. The light of the earth, flames, scenery, and water swirled together, making this place appear mysterious. The 4-colored light interweaved on the flower, making it brilliant and dazzling. The large black dog cried out in surprise, and said, "Demon God Flower." 4 types of light pervaded the air, and that strange flower was about to blossom. The fragrance became even thicker, drawing in one's mind, making them want to ascend along with it. They really wanted to swallow it in one gulp. The Black Emperor was incredibly excited, and said, "I'll borrow another 100,000 years from the heavens so that I can return to before I was born and encounter this flower." This was the Demon God Flower, and it contained the power of heaven and earth. It had an extremely powerful spirituality, and was a holy object in the eyes of the demon race. They would go crazy over it. To adult great demons, it wasn't very useful, but its wondrous use lay in nurturing young demon race spirits, cleansing their bloodline, spirituality, and bones, and changing the heaven and earth. The so-called Demon God Flower, its powerful effects could be seen from its name. It was a supreme flower that could nurture demon gods. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was indeed difficult to find in this world. The large black dog's eyes were all red, and he snatched a jar of divine spring from Yifan. He raised his head and roared madly, saying, "I want to be young, I want to be reborn, I want to become a young spirit." Li Heishui hurriedly snatched the jade jar from his large paw, not allowing him to waste the divine spring, and asked, "Is it really that effective?" "Of course, in my heart, this is something that is second only to the Tao integration flower. Eating it will allow one's divinity to become much stronger in the future, and one's potential will increase greatly." The large black dog stood up on his hind legs, dancing with joy, spittle flying everywhere. He wanted nothing more than to immediately reincarnate, and then come to this moment to swallow the Demon God Flower. If you want to become the demon race's great sage, if you want to prove your Tao, this is undoubtedly a great innate help. I dare say that if you sell this flower to the demon race, they will fight to the death to exchange for it with the best treasures. There's nothing to regret. All the Taos of heaven and earth can be cultivated. As long as you are willing to cultivate bitterly, it's all the same even if you don't have the Demon God Flower, Pang Bo said. You make it sound so easy. If I ate this flower when I was a young spirit, perhaps I would have long ago proved my Tao. The large black dog was unwilling to accept this. I finally understand why the lightning phoenix risked its life to enter this valley. Turns out it wanted to obtain the Demon God Flower for its young spirit, and thus encountered a great disaster, Li Tian said. They all sighed. Without a doubt, that phoenix was already a Tao severing king tier, and it already knew how terrifying this place was. However, it still took the risk to open up a path and fly in. Everything was for its child. Obviously, it failed, and its body died. It only had time to fly back to that golden egg, and in the end, it dissolved into Tao. How pitiful. Ji Ziyue took out that demon saint egg, and held it in her palm. Instantly, multiple ripples and brilliance flowed out, and Tao marks flickered. The large black dog's face was thick enough to resist an extreme emperor weapon, and he said, I think I am actually still very young. Perhaps the demon god flower is still useful to me. Something's wrong. There's another life force on the mountain peak. There's some creature on it. The monkey said. That's right. Could it be that some powerful demon spirit beat us to it? Yifan nodded, and looked toward the stone mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, they all soared into the sky, and looked down at the mountain peak, looking at the demon god flower. Specks of golden light rippled out, forming traces of ripples. A golden egg. Heavens, could it be another lightning phoenix divine egg? It looks very similar. The few of them cried out in surprise, revealing strange expressions. On the stone mountain, the demon god flower had 4 leaves, and at the top was a 4-colored bud that was about to bloom. Wisps of brilliance swayed down, and every wisp was so mysterious, innately compatible with the Tao. There was an egg at its root, and it was only the size of a fist. Specks of ripples spread out, and a mysterious aura flowed out. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary egg. There really is another phoenix divine egg. It seems like the lightning phoenix that cut through the Tao succeeded and made a choice, leaving behind a child here, Li Tian said. Why do I feel that there's something different? It seems like it's not quite the same, and the aura of Tao ripples that spread out don't seem to come from the same source, the monkey said. The golden divine egg in Ji Zhue's hand moved gently, emitting a softer and more auspicious light. At this moment, everyone could see that the 2 eggs were different. It's angry, and it naturally clashes with that egg. The little fellow is very pitiful, but also very cute. It seems like it wants to rush up, Ji Zhue said softly, caressing the phoenix divine egg in her hand dotingly. The golden egg on the mountain peak is no small matter. It doesn't seem to be weaker than the phoenix egg at all, the Black Emperor said. As a demon, he could naturally see more things. On the mountain peak, the egg was also moving. Golden ripples flowed under the demon god flower, absorbing essence energy from all directions, quietly waiting for the demon god flower to bloom. Another divine egg that can become a demonic saint. It really makes one look forward to it. This time, we really have great luck, obtaining 2 eggs in a row. If we nurture them, we can sweep through the world in the future. Li Tian was quite satisfied. Kill it, we can't let this egg remain in this world. Yifan suddenly said with a solemn expression. His memories were opened, and he clenched his fists. He sensed a familiar aura, and he thought of his old friends who had died. Chapter 873. What did you discover? Do you know its origin? Pang Bo was bewildered as he looked at Yifan. My feeling shouldn't be wrong. Do you still remember? I saw a streak of golden light on the way here. It was inconceivably fast. At that time, I captured a bit of its aura, and it was the same type as this egg, said Yifan. Everyone recalled that before they discovered the lightning phoenix's nest, they had indeed caught a glimpse of a golden creature that disappeared into the depths of the mountain. At that time, they all thought it was a lightning bird. Don't you feel that this egg's aura is very familiar? I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Yifan's knuckles were turning white. Familiar. Pang Bo was startled and thought hard. I've long suspected that there might be other things in the ancient coffin that came to this world with us. Now, it seems like my suspicions have come true, Yifan said to himself. It's them. Pang Bo widened his eyes and said in a deep voice, they also followed us. His expression was furious as he clenched his fists tightly. Both of his brows were vertical as he wanted to stomp down and shatter the golden divine egg on the mountain peak. The others were puzzled and revealed astonished expressions. They didn't expect the 2 of them to be so agitated. They couldn't help but ask what exactly was going on. An unforgettable aura that took the lives of many of my old friends back then. Yi Fan said. He stared at the divine egg and said through clenched teeth, if I'm not wrong, it should be a divine crocodile egg. Distant memories were unlocked. On Mars' ancient star, they had experienced life and death for the first time. Their cries of despair, helpless cries, frightened expressions, and sorrowful pleas for help, all of them still resounded in their ears. It was a bleeding liquid. A group of youngsters who could have lived a good life and followed their own paths faced death for the first time. They were filled with grief and helplessness as they watched their companions fall into pools of blood one after another. Yi Fan's group had a total of 30 people crossing the void. From the moment they arrived on Mars' ancient star, people died continuously. In the end, 14 people died, and nearly half of them left them forever. All of this was because of the divine crocodiles under the Great Lightning Tune Temple. They sucked their blood and took their lives, piercing the heads of their classmates one after another. Yi Fan still remembered the pale face of a female student. She was so helpless and didn't want to die. She tried her best to reach out to him with a sad expression. In the end, a golden light entered the space between her brows and a wisp of blood spilled out. He tried to save her, but it was too late. He could only watch as she fell on her back in the dust. Her eyes were wide open as blood stained her pale face. She never again. All of them had their own paths and had their own future. Even though they were ordinary. Even if they were just some ordinary people, they could live ordinary lives. Pang Bo's eyes were red as he said, I will never forget little Lin's heart-wrenching screams. He looked at me with such a helpless gaze. That divine crocodile, no, that bedbug that should be shaved off, burrowed in and out of his skull, but I was powerless. The others were all shocked. There were no creatures like the divine crocodile in this world, and it was rumored that many species had gone extinct a long time ago. Perhaps they could only be seen during that period. The divine alligator was like a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It was shaped like a crocodile, but it didn't have legs. Its belly was bare, and its entire body was covered in black scales. It was eerie, like an evil creature from the netherworld. That day, the ones Yi Fan and the others saw were only 10 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. Their bodies were as hard as diamond, and they could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They could penetrate human bones and easily pierce into flesh and blood. What else crossed the void with us? Pang Bo muttered to himself. Suddenly, there was an evil spirit, and now, there was a divine crocodile. Were there any other mysterious creatures? The demon god flower's 4-colored flower buds were dazzling and resplendent. Strand after strand of multicolored light scattered down. That golden egg was absorbing it, becoming more and more unordinary, as if a divine embryo was being nurtured. This was obviously different from those divine crocodiles from before. It would definitely be stronger, comparable to the phoenix egg in Jizu's hands. It could grow to the beast saint realm. Back then, the supreme crocodile that was suppressed under the great thunderclap monastery by the Buddha didn't come with its true body, but it had many tricks up its sleeve. Yi Fan and Pang Bo couldn't allow this egg to hatch. There was too much sadness and hatred in it, so they wanted to destroy it immediately. The monkey was very vigilant and said, "Be careful. There's most likely a super terrifying ancient demon nearby to be able to place this egg at the root of the demon god flower." You want to use the rarely seen demon god flower to form a Tao foundation? Don't even think about it. There's no way I'll let you have an innate affinity for the Tao. Disappear. Pang Bo took a step forward and landed on the stone mountain. Suddenly, a strand of terrifying killing intent rushed out from an ancient cave on the stone mountain like a heavenly sword. A wave of dusky gas filled the entire heaven and earth, and a pungent stench assailed the nostrils. Moreover, the next moment, the killing intent became even more terrifying. It was as if 100,000 divine swords were ringing in unison, piercing through the sky and shattering everything, wanting to destroy Pang Bo. 9 slashes of the demon god. Pang Bo shouted loudly. Since he couldn't kill the enemy, he hacked through the void, turning into a streak of light and disappearing from his original location. He returned to the sky and avoided the surging gray mist. Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others were all shocked, feeling worried for him. When they saw him return safely, they released a breath of relief. The aura below was too terrifying. It definitely wasn't an ordinary existence. What a powerful demonic aura. This person has severed the Tao. It's a king protecting the divine crocodile egg, said the Black Emperor. Hong. 2 tentacles as thick as a water tank reached out from the gray mist, dancing about like demonic hands. The scene was terrifying. There was a colossus slowly crawling out of the stone mountain below. Endless killing intent and terrifying poisonous mist surged, drowning out this region. Many plants withered on the spot, turning into ashes. What is this thing? Yi Fan and the others retreated far away to avoid the poisonous mist. Hong Long, mountain rocks rolled about, the earth's surface trembling. The stone mountain looked like it was going to collapse, yet that demonic god flower was still sparkling and translucent, unharmed in the mist. It flickered with 4-colored immortal light. The mist surged into the sky like clouds. An enormous creature rose up, passing through the poisonous mist, finally revealing its true body. Its entire body flickered with dark light. It had 100 feet, its physique terrifying. Heavens, that's a centipede. Why is it so large, several hundred zhang long? Is this even a poisonous bug? Why is it even larger than a giant snake? Their scalps went numb. The several hundred zhang long great centipedes 100 feet moved together, releasing sha-sha sounds that made their skulls go cold. It was like a demonic sound. It breathed in and out mist, already severing the Tao. This type of mist could poison sect masters to death. Did we guess incorrectly? That was a centipede egg just now, or else how could there be such a terrifying existence protecting it? Li Tian swallowed with difficulty. This great centipede's entire body was covered in dark scales, flickering with an ice-cold luster like black iron. It opened its mouth and spat out an expanse of poison liquid, turning into divine chains of order, piercing towards those people. The monkey released a light shout. It opened its mouth and spat out a streak of golden light. It was similarly an immortal severing Tao expert, valiant beyond the king realm, so it naturally wasn't scared. It brandished a large metal rod and rushed over, raising the rod to strike out. However, immediately afterwards, it staggered about, backing up, reminding everyone, saying, "Be careful, this old centipede's cultivation is extremely profound, unknown just how many thousand years it has cultivated for." The divine chains of order and poison combine, able to corrode the protective energy of the body. Dang! Finally, the monkey and centipede exchanged a blow. 2 terrifying tentacles descended from the sky, bringing with them large amounts of poison rain. A fishy stench assailed the nostrils. The centipede's spirit was injured. It rushed into the sky like a dragon, shaking its head and tail, circling above the clouds. It was incomparably large, stirring up the winds and clouds. Then, it coiled together, its head raised high. This was simply the style of a true dragon. The jet-black great centipede's entire body shone, turning into a giant Tao diagram. It became the Tao Eye at the center. This was going all out, wishing to use its several thousand years of cultivation to kill the monkey. There's no need to bicker with him, directly suppress him. Pang Bo said, activating the goddess furnace together with Li Tian. The pressure of a human race saint immediately seeped out. The weapon refined by the eternal space great emperor for the path of carnal desires far exceeded ordinary holy weapons. Its power was tyrannical, making the entire immortal Ascension Valley tremble. The high skies immediately collapsed. A streak of blazing flames shot out, nailing that great centipede that was severing the Tao. The divine flames within the inheritance furnace were not child's play, burning it until it tumbled about. The Tao diagram it constructed immediately collapsed. The centipede king wanted to flee, flying into the sky, about to tear through the sky dome to escape. At this time, the monkey took action, a large hand pressing down on the goddess furnace, activating an even more terrifying flame. All types of juices splashed out. The several hundred zhang long centipede king was broken into several dozen pieces, especially the place where its primordial spirit was hidden. It died a violent death, its corpse falling to the side of the stone mountain. Only after a long time had passed did all types of grey poison mist scatter. They descended on the stone mountain. Yifan personally took action, wishing to destroy that golden egg. Chi! Suddenly, a dazzling streak of golden light flew out from the giant centipede corpse, turning into a streak of light as it rushed towards Yifan. It was fast to the extreme. Everyone cried out in alarm, it was just too fast. Yifan's eyes released cold light, immediately becoming vigilant. His feet moved with the rose symbol art, evading. When he turned around, he immediately clenched his fists. This was a divine crocodile, different from the small black crocodiles they had seen in the past. It was 8 meters long, its entire body seemingly cast from gold. It released an intimidating might as it rushed over murderously. The present is no longer the past. You group of cold-blooded bugs, I will kill you all and avenge my old friend. Black hair covered half of Yifan's face. His entire body erupted with brilliance like a divine flame. His right hand used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, his left hand turning into a golden taiji circle, striking out on the spot, engaging in close combat. Dang! All types of sounds rang out, as if a giant was swinging a large hammer. This place was completely submerged in golden blood energy. When the monkey rushed over, Yifan almost smashed this divine crocodile into pieces. Golden pieces flew about, blood splashing everywhere. Yifan's golden fist blasted the divine crocodile into several hundred pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to use his divine will to search, it would have long been turned into ashes. The monkey took action together with him, grabbing towards the primordial spirit, taking extra precautions out of fear that it would self-destruct. However, in the end, they still couldn't block it. An aged cold snort sounded from the primordial spirit, and it immediately collapsed. Could it be the incarnation of the crocodile ancestor that the Buddha suppressed under the great thunderclap temple? Pang Bo's expression became serious. No matter who it is, I will find them and kill them all. Yifan said coldly. Seeing that Pang Bo was really going to stretch out a large foot to crush the divine crocodile egg, the large black dog hurriedly stopped him, saying, Don't waste natural resources recklessly. This is a demon saint divine egg. Let me think about how to eat it. Should I eat poached eggs, boiled eggs, or egg-fried rice? As soon as he said this, not only did the divine crocodile egg tremble, but even the phoenix divine egg in Jizu's palm also trembled. Obviously, they were both frightened. Jizu comforted it softly, and only then did the demon saint-level phoenix divine egg calm down. It emitted circles of golden ripples, resonating with the demon god flower, getting closer to the great Tao. Is it the black ghost in the copper coffin, the divine crocodile, or an old friend? Yifan asked himself. He wanted to know who the culprit was. He looked into the distance, and said, Go to the ancient desolate forbidden land, I must get to the bottom of everything. Chapter 874. The divine crocodile had actually chased them from the ancient Mars to this world. Everything was becoming more and more confusing. Yifan even suspected that the 18 levels of hell suppressed by the Great Tempest Temple had completely opened. From this, he thought of that black malicious spirit. What exactly had followed them through the void to the Big Dipper galaxy? It was really hard to say now. Although they really wanted to leave the Celestial Ascension Valley immediately, they did not want to miss the moment when the demon god flower bloomed, because only at that instant would the divine effect reach its peak. They waited for half a month, and during these days, the large black dog was the busiest. He personally went to dig iron ores, and forged a frying pan, wanting to fry a poached egg. However, after smashing the eggshell with a stone for a long time, he still could not crack it. He was so angry that he forged a large pot, filled it with water, and threw the divine crocodile egg inside, clamoring to eat the boiled egg. It had to be said that this really was a divine egg, not inferior to the phoenix egg. They all guessed the same thing: it could become a demon saint in the future. There were powerful veins on the eggshell, and mysterious divine chains of laws had been laid down on it. It was protected by heaven and earth, and the large black dog was so anxious that he went crazy. He fiddled with it for a few days, but still could not break it. F***ck, going against me, I don't believe I can't eat this egg. He wanted to completely destroy this egg, and was prepared to throw it into the goddess furnace to roast. Pop! At this moment, the demon god flower bloomed, spitting out rays of auspicious light. The light of the earth, the light of fire, the scenery, and the light of water all surged together, flowing down, and landing on the phoenix egg. A rich fragrance filled the air, and everyone looked over. Gzue even personally guarded the golden demon saint egg, afraid that something would happen to it. Pop! Another petal bloomed, thousands of rays of auspicious light, incomparably beautiful, setting off the phoenix egg even more brilliantly. All kinds of ripples spread out, and light sounds continuously rang out. Not far away, the divine crocodile egg that the Black Emperor was fiddling with suddenly trembled very violently, filled with unwillingness, and a cold and resentful aura spilled out. This is the aura that caused the death of so many old friends in the past. I'll trample you to pieces. Pangbo sensed this aura, and his eyes all stood up. He extended his large foot and stomped madly. Woof! These are my scrambled eggs. Don't dirty them. The large black dog bared his teeth in displeasure. Keep an eye on me. Don't make any mistakes. The lightning phoenix's divine egg is at a critical moment. If the divine alligator comes over, it'll be troublesome, Yi Fan reminded. You don't have to worry about this emperor's work. This is a meal on my plate, so how could it run away? The Black Emperor said. He borrowed the goddess furnace from Yenishi's hands, truly wishing to roast it and eat it. Pop! Another strand of the demonic god flower petal blossomed, turning into an expanse of auspicious energy that surged, entering that golden divine egg. Chirping sounds could be heard from within, as if a child was acting coquettishly. Ripples extended one after another. The entire golden egg became more and more divine. All types of patterns appeared, all of them engraved on the shell, resonating with the great Tao. Everyone became stupefied. This demonic god flower had miraculous effects after all. At this moment, strand after strand of indescribable Tao source engraved themselves into the phoenix egg, purifying its blood, bones, and divine nature, making it even more pure. The Black Emperor was immediately filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could take its place. Unfortunately, his old arms and legs couldn't accept that kind of baptism. It was only effective on young demonic spirits. Kacha! Suddenly, the divine alligator egg split open. A streak of golden light flew out, rushing towards the demonic god flower, wanting to seize it and escape. No one expected such a sudden change. The Black Emperor was in a trance and didn't have time to defend against it. He didn't even have time to throw it into the goddess furnace. Paw! Gzue took action. Her slender jade-like fingers tapped on that streak of golden light, stopping its momentum. What made everyone the most surprised was that the phoenix divine egg also retaliated. Even though it hadn't broken out of its shell yet, it was quite intelligent. It immediately rushed out, heavily smashing into the golden light in an extremely valiant manner. Chee! The golden light changed directions, wanting to escape, but it was impossible for it to succeed. Yi Fan walked up, a foot trampling down, trampling it into the ground. A mournful shriek sounded, filled with resentment. It was incomparably ear-piercing, as if it came from the depths of hell. The sound was extremely terrifying. At this time, everyone finally saw its appearance clearly. This was a golden divine alligator that was half a foot long. It didn't have 4 limbs and looked extremely evil. Its eyes were filled with ruthlessness, looking a bit terrifying. It didn't look like a young one at all. It's even more vicious than those little alligators back then. Pang Bo walked up. When he thought of the scene of the divine alligator drilling in and out of the heads of more than 10 students, he was incomparably resentful, trampling on it madly. Damn it, this emperor's poached egg, this emperor's egg fried rice, why did it come out ahead of time? Forget it, I'll reluctantly eat the roasted alligator. The Black Emperor said. You still have the nerve to say that? An accident almost happened just now. Yi Fan scolded it. The phoenix divine egg settled down, and once again landed at the root of the demon god flower, continuously absorbing the power of Tao. Countless symbols were engraved into the eggshell, becoming more and more clear. Indistinctly, a small thing could be seen struggling inside. Pang Bo restrained this small golden divine alligator, and was just about to throw it into the goddess furnace when the large black dog suddenly changed his mind, saying, "That's right, how could this emperor have forgotten? This is a rare demon saint embryo, so it can't be destroyed like this. What do you want to do? Leave behind a great disaster?" Yi Fan warned sternly. He definitely couldn't leave behind this divine alligator. Wrong, how could this emperor leave behind a disaster? What I want to say is that the demon saint embryo is a good item to refine an external incarnation. If I take its primordial spirit and replace it, I can even use it as my own body. The large black dog's eyes became brighter as he spoke. The few of them looked at each other. They really couldn't imagine what would happen if a dog became a detestable divine alligator. Don't destroy it. This is a rare incarnation, and it can become a demon saint in the future. If this emperor becomes its master, it will definitely become invincible under the heavens one day. The large black dog was completely excited, and his worries about the infant spirit were all swept away. The divine alligator shrieked mournfully, but how could it block the large black dog's terrifying divine sense? It was only an infant spirit that had just been born, so it was instantly wiped out. The Black Emperor's primordial spirit was a miniature black dog, and it rushed out from between his brows. Jizu's eyes were filled with little stars as she stared at it, and she wanted to stroke it. This almost caused the large black dog to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he quickly entered the divine alligator's body. Waha! This body is amazing. It can definitely become a saint in the future, and with my previous experience, it won't be a problem for me to fight against the great sage or the quasi-emperor. The small golden alligator blinked its eyes, and the large black dog spoke in an arrogant voice. It was as strange could be. F***ck, I feel so annoyed whenever I see this worm, and I always want to step on it, Pang Bo said, and stepped on it with a squeak. Woof, F***ck, brat, I'm going to kill you. Woof, woof, woof. The small golden alligator wagged its tail, and loudly barked under his feet. The few of them laughed loudly. Woof, goddammit, absorb that bird egg slowly, and leave some for me. The large black dog was furious, and he struggled out from under Pang Bo's feet. He couldn't be bothered to settle the score with Pang Bo anymore, and he rushed toward the demon god flower, fighting with the golden divine egg for the power of Tao. At this moment, the demon god flower had completely bloomed, and countless rays of light of Tao descended from it. All of them entered the golden bird egg, and they transformed into divine chains of laws, as well as the most fundamental thing related to Tao. The large black dog's incarnation, the small golden alligator, rushed over, and also began to absorb the power of Tao. However, it was still a step too late, and most of the power was absorbed by the egg, and it only obtained a small portion. Pop! A soft cry rang out, and the demon god flower shattered, turning into fine powder, and then scattered with the wind. At the same time, the golden divine egg cracked open, and a little thing murmured. Its feathers fluttered as it flew up, and it seemed to be very confused. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. This was a little thing that was about the size of a fish, and its whole body was furry, golden, and round. It was full of spiritual chi, and it jumped onto Jizu's arm, chirping continuously, and was extremely affectionate. F***ck, it's this stupid bird that stole my fruit of Tao. The small golden alligator stood up, and it was extremely indignant. Kacha! An arc of lightning flew over, and it struck its body. The divine alligator immediately faced the sky, and smoke rose from its body as it collapsed there. The little phoenix was panting with rage, and it swooped down, stepping on its belly. It continuously opened its mouth, and spat out lightning. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog barked miserably. This body really couldn't withstand the torment. After all, it hadn't cultivated before, and it was so angry that it almost used its divine sense to attack. This was really too embarrassing. It was the first time in its life that a newborn bird had stepped on its head and released electricity. As expected of a demon saint egg, it's even a bit stronger than this divine alligator. The surrounding people all sighed in admiration. Not a single person was like the Black Emperor. That's because it absorbed most of the medicinal power of the demon god flower. I'm so angry. The large black dog struggled free, and its divine sense returned to its body. It stretched out a large paw, and picked up the divine alligator as if it was a dead fish. It said, "It's far from being as good as the physical body that great Emperor Wuxia helped me fuse with the Tao. In the future, it can only be used as a clone. Being stepped on by a stupid bird is too boring." As expected, this bastard was insatiably greedy. Its body was so powerful, and its foundation had been built by great Emperor Wuxia, but it still wanted to reincarnate, and coveted the demon god flower. It really deserved to be trampled on. Chirp chirp. The little phoenix murmured. Its whole body was surrounded by golden lightning, and it looked furry and intelligent. It swayed around Jizue, and it was very close to her. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth automatically surged into its body, and it was resonating with the Tao. Demon Saint. Everyone was shocked. As long as it could grow normally, it would at least become a demon saint. This was the judgment that everyone made at the same time. Although the demon god flower has melted, its roots are still there. Can we dig it away? It might be able to bloom again in the future, Jizu said. Forget it. It's already not bad if this kind of flower can bloom even once. Back then, the Sky Demon Palace once raised one, and it waited for a whole 50,000 years, but it didn't bloom a second flower. The Black Emperor shook his head. Jizue ignored him, and personally dug it out. She carefully planted it into a jade cauldron, and said, "I believe in miracles in this world." The group stayed here for half a month, and they finally left the immortal Ascension Valley. They immediately crossed the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. The realm gate opened, and they appeared in the primitive ancient forest outside the life Forbidden Land. They stood on a tall mountain, and looked around. Now, they all had the heavenly eyes, and they could see the scenery in the distance. The 9 majestic holy mountains stood in the center of the Forbidden Land, and they could clearly see them. They were like 9 coiling dragons, majestic and magnificent. When they were connected together, there was a terrifying aura that could suppress the ages. This was a life-forbidden land. Anyone who entered would die of old age, and eventually become a pile of yellow soil. No one could stop the erosion of time, and even the saints didn't dare to enter. Boom! The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. The terrifying roar of the great Tao was like a star field collapsing, causing the primitive ancient forest outside the life-forbidden land to shake violently, and leaves fell in disorder. Divine chains of order, laws of heaven and earth, and strands of Tao light erupted in the depths of the ancient desolate forbidden land. Billions of divine radiance rushed into the sky. What? Someone is fighting on the holy mountain. What happened? Who is that? How dare they fight in the life-forbidden land? Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others were all shocked. At this moment, a world-shaking battle was happening above the ancient desolate abyss, and it even affected the outside. It was a terrifying battle, and the power was boundlessly terrifying. It was as if time and space were being reversed. Tens of thousands of divine chains of order pierced through heaven and earth like a phoenix undergoing nirvana. They shot out countless beautiful divine feathers, piercing between heaven and earth. They were resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the sky. Who was that? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned. This was a life-forbidden land. Cultivators who entered would immediately be reduced to a mortal body, and it would be difficult for them to use the laws of heaven and earth. How could such a world-shaking battle erupt? Chapter 875. The 7 great life-restricted regions, every single one of them a land of death. Only those who entered could come out, and not many people could return alive. This was especially true for the desolate ancient abyss. The body of an aging person was innately at odds with a mortal ascension. Not only could one not live forever, it would instead cause one to die of old age quickly. However, right now, there was someone carrying out a world-shocking battle. All types of divine chains of order were like bright phoenix feathers, piercing through heaven and earth, piercing through all directions. The shock waves reached the outside world, making heaven and earth collapse. Who exactly is it? Yi Fan and the others were shocked to the extreme. They quickly ran through the primordial mountain ridge, circling around the life-restricted regions to observe. They found a vantage point, avoiding the obstruction of the 9 sacred mountains. They flew high into the sky and looked forward. They immediately sensed a terrifying aura that covered heaven and earth. What terrifying power! Above that abyss, it can obliterate all divine laws and Tao power, yet now, there are such powerful fluctuations. Just what kind of powerful existence is this? Even the Black Emperor was horrified. Someone is fighting a great battle against the desolate slaves. Yi Fan said with a sunken voice. They all seemed to be holding their breaths. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of boldness did this person have to dare unleash a massacre on the 9 sacred mountains? A vigorous figure was moving about. He wore battle clothes that even covered his head. He was as fast as lightning, sinking into the desolate ancient abyss in one moment, and then appearing on these sacred mountains' cliffs in the next. Just how fast was this? The monkey immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He felt the pressure suddenly rise. Even though he was so far away, he still felt a great fear. Meanwhile, he had long slashed the immortal 3 times. Who was that? Everyone was shocked, all of them in a daze. Several desolate slaves took action together, yet they were unable to do anything. Even Huang's power can't suppress that person's Tao laws. How can he fight a great battle in the desolate ancient forbidden land? Why isn't his physical body reduced to that of an ordinary person? Do you all see that? Those desolate slaves are all overflowing with magical power. They are like divine phoenixes that were born from flames. That type of aura doesn't seem like puppets at all. They have their own intelligence. That person's power has been greatly weakened. Otherwise, he would be many times more powerful than he is now. This is truly unbelievable. He wasn't destroyed by Huang Yifan, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the Black Emperor were all shocked to the extreme. They couldn't help but mutter. This was something rarely seen throughout history. How could a person be so powerful to fight in the desolate Forbidden Land? Was he the great sage or quasi-emperor? Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Even the monkey was stupefied, sensing that type of unmatched terrifying aura. There were people fighting here, no different from slaughtering their way into Origin Ancient Mine, similarly a restricted area. The monkey didn't know much about the ancient desolate Forbidden Land, but it was full of reverence towards Origin Ancient Mine. Even in the archaic era, that was a secret land. Has the world really changed? What kind of terrifying person has appeared? Does he really belong to this world? He can't be from the outside world, right? Pang Bo was the first to think of this. Back then, they rode 9 dragons pulling coffins and appeared above the abyss. Could it be that there was someone like them, crossing the star domain and entering this world? Everyone felt that this was reasonable. This was quite possible, because there was a 5-colored altar below the abyss that was connected to outer space. That was a starry ancient path. The heavens have changed. Why did such an unmatched figure appear? After he came to this world, who could verify the Tao? The Black Emperor muttered. Yi Fan and the others quickly moved. For the sake of not being blocked by the sacred mountain, they had to continuously change their positions. This was especially the case when that person rushed into the abyss, making it even harder for them to see him. Not good, Huang's aura is becoming stronger and stronger. It has already seeped out of the Forbidden Land. They quickly retreated. They personally sensed a terrifying aura. Many animals in the mountain ridge cried out in fear. Some wolves died of old age on the spot, and a few vicious beasts with cultivation were terrified at the first moment. They flew into the air and fled. That person has been affected, not as good as before. He is about to be suppressed. The monkey said. Above the ancient desolate abyss, that vigorous figure suffered a heavy blow. The attackers were all exceptional experts, and their clothes were extremely ancient. Apart from the heavenly jade holy maiden, it was difficult for the others to say what era they were from. The heavenly jade holy maiden was like an immortal descending into the world of mortals. Her white clothes fluttered about, and with every movement she made, natural laws were like a sea. She was the number 1 beauty 6,000 years ago, and it was unknown just how many heroes fell for her. Unfortunately, she was muddle-headed now, becoming like this. The people who admired her had long turned into the yellow earth. A wave of fluctuation spread over, spreading to the outside world. The 8 desolate slaves took action, suppressing that person into the abyss. It was covered in dense Tao light, and the 8 of them were not suppressed within the Forbidden Land. They possessed the greatest power. Everyone's heart sank. However, right at this time, a loud honk sounded. A powerful wave of fluctuation spread to the outside world, sending them flying. Archaic Emperor. The monkey was the first to cry out in alarm. At this moment, they felt an indescribable type of unmatched divine law fluctuation. It was as if heaven and earth were being opened, and primal chaos surged. Everyone was practically trembling. They quickly rushed into the distance to avoid these ripples. They didn't dare to stop for even a single step. This was like the end of the world. Beside Ji Ziyue, the little golden phoenix chirped. It was timid and scared as it hid in her bosom. This kind of divine bird's spiritual perception was the sharpest. That figure rushed out from the ancient desolate abyss. His entire body radiated with 9-colored light, illuminating the sky. All the desolate slaves immediately jumped into the abyss as if they were avoiding an immortal. None of them dared to face him head-on. They didn't even dare to stop for a moment. The aura of an ancient great emperor. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and Ji Ziyue all paled. They rushed far enough and looked into the depths of the Forbidden Land. All of them revealed looks of disbelief. Who was it? Who exactly was this person? It's definitely not a living great emperor. Someone must be using an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. At this moment, they understood why that person could use the power of laws in the Forbidden Land. So it turned out that he had such a heaven-defying weapon accompanying him. Even if he has an emperor weapon, this person has to be a saint. Moreover, he is a peak expert. Otherwise, he will also die because this is the ancient desolate Forbidden Land, said the Black Emperor. The monkey's fiery eyes lit up. He stared at the abyss without blinking and said to himself, that is an ancient emperor weapon. The robust figure rushed into the abyss. He himself also swayed. Clearly, he had suffered an impact. The so-called weapon was the battle clothes on his body. They flowed with 9 dreamlike colors. The few of them were shocked. The weapons of the ancient great emperors were mainly offensive. There didn't seem to be any battle clothes. This person's was very different. It could be said that they had never heard of it before. It's someone from the divine Silkworm Ridge. They want to find the 9-wonder undying medicine, said the monkey. He recognized the ancient emperor battle clothes and deduced this person's origins. During the ancient desolate era, the 9-wonder divine medicine flew away, its whereabouts unknown. The stars changed, and millions of years passed. Now, it had taken root in the forbidden land of the ancient desolate Forbidden Land. The divine silkworm race naturally wanted to obtain it again. In reality, during all these years, it wasn't just their race. Even the other royal and imperial clans had made a move several times, wanting to obtain this stock of undying medicine. However, they all failed. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm is invincible in the heavens and earth. In reality, if one wants to become an ancient emperor, they still need to undergo the final great sublimation, the ultimate transformation, said the monkey. The ancient emperor weapons of the divine Silkworm Ridge had astonishing defensive power. They were unparalleled in the world. The reason why they were forged into battle clothes was related to the growth of their race. They were always continuously transforming, as if they were shedding pieces of divine clothes. It's Princess Divine Silkworm. Yi Fan thought of the scene at the Jade Pool meeting. After this arrogant and unparalleled princess revived, she was incomparably powerful. She killed an ancient king with a single hand and had once said that she wanted to come to the forbidden land of the ancient desolate Forbidden Land to retrieve her race's undying medicine. Brother Monkey, this is your future aunt. Li Heishui said. The reason why the Princess Divine Silkworm could revive was because the few of them had won the bet. After that, the monkey searched everywhere for the divine medicine. Otherwise, she would still be sleeping underground. I know. Not only does she want to dig away the 9 wonders divine medicine, but she might even want to force my uncle out. The monkey was very agitated. Over the years, he had gone to the western desert several times to seek an audience with the victorious fighting Buddha, but unfortunately, he had failed. The ancient Buddha on Mount Meru had been in seclusion all year round, comprehending the profoundness of life and death. He had already passed down a decree, telling those old monks that he would not see anyone. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge must have already sent the news to the great Thunderclap Monastery on Mount Meru. The victorious fighting Buddha is coming. Pang Bo immediately became agitated. He went forward and said, Brother Monkey, you don't know this, but when I was in my hometown, I admired your race the most. The monkey was baffled and ignored him. He blinked his fiery eyes of gold and stared at the 9 sacred mountains, feeling a little nervous. After all, that was an ancient forbidden land. No matter how powerful the Princess Divine Silkworm was, even with the protection of the ancient emperor's battle clothes, there would be a time when her strength would be exhausted. Clatter. The ear-piercing sound of divine chains rang out, and everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even though they were extremely far away, they could hear it clearly. It was as if an unparalleled demon emperor that had been locked down through the ages had appeared. That kind of agitation made their primordial spirits shatter, and they could only retreat. Boom! A torrential black fog surged up, drowning the entire ancient desolate abyss. The 9 sacred mountains were covered, and a terrifying aura rushed out of the forbidden zone of life, spreading out in all directions. The Princess Divine Silkworm was the first to be hit, and she was sent flying. That was the power of desolation, and it could make a saint die of old age instantly. Even if the great sage Hunchuo came, it would be difficult for him to block it for a long time. If not for the ancient emperor's battle clothes, she would have definitely turned into a pile of soil the moment the fog soared into the sky. This is bad. The most terrifying thing has happened. After all, the Princess Divine Silkworm is not an ancient emperor. It's useless even with the protection of the emperor's battle clothes. If the thing inside rushes out, she'll definitely suffer a grievance, the Black Emperor said. Clatter. The ice-cold iron chains rattled, as if the gods of hell had broken free from their shackles and were killing their way into the mortal world. A blurry black figure slowly walked out from the abyss. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman, and it was even impossible to tell if it was a human or a beast. It danced around the thick iron chains that were thousands of feet long, and its ferocity was terrifying. Desolation. It's a creature from the abyss. It's not those desolate slaves from before. The Princess Divine Silkworm, who had fallen far away, coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. In front of that terrifying supreme existence, it was actually difficult for her to fight, and she kept coughing up blood from the aura. This is too terrifying. If not for the protection of the Divine Silkworm race's supreme ancient emperor's battle clothes, even the Princess Divine Silkworm would have been destroyed long ago. This was the first time they had seen someone so powerful, daring to fight against the ancient emperor's weapon. It was truly shocking. I'm afraid that the Princess Divine Silkworm won't be able to fight at all. Even if the Divine Silkworm Ridge's battle clothes are unparalleled, it's not the ancient emperor's body, after all, the large black dog said. Oh no, the princess is in danger, the monkey cried out. This was because in the monstrous black fog, the blurry figure was walking out of the abyss step by step, pressing forward. How could the Princess Divine Silkworm resist it? Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor. In another direction of the life-forbidden zone, an extreme might erupted. It was domineering, as if it had connected the past, present, and future. A large staff exuded a monstrous holy light, crushing the ages. It struck toward a few holy mountains, its brilliance dazzling the heavens. The aura of the Emperor of Fighting swept through the sun, moon, and stars. It's my father's weapon, the monkey cried out in shock, incredibly excited. Chapter 876. A large metal rod pressed down until the life-forbidden region was about to collapse. Even with the protection of the immortal ancient divine formation, it was useless. The earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the formation patterns were obliterated. This scene was just too terrifying. The metal rod stretched out for several hundred li, striking out from the mountain ridge and directly striking the 9 sacred mountains at the center of the life-forbidden region. Its divine might was matchless. Since ancient times, who dared to do something like this? This was a forbidden region. The victorious fighting Buddha still came in the end, taking action at this crucial moment. A loud roar shattered mountains and rivers, shaking Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others until their qi and blood surged, and their ears rang with wang-wang sounds. Li Heishui's cultivation was the weakest. Even his ears were overflowing with blood. He was protected by the others and quickly retreated into the distance. This place was just too terrifying. They were in another direction, several hundred li away from where the victorious fighting Buddha attacked, but they still suffered such an impact. In that direction, golden light dyed the heaven and earth, filled with an extreme emperor's might. It was as if the river of time had been severed, and the shackles of space had been broken. The space here became incomparably chaotic. What order of heaven and earth? What great Tao laws? They seemed to have been immediately severed. Only a large rod became the only thing. Hong. On the 9 sacred mountains, that indistinct figure devoured the essence energy of the mountains and rivers, looking down on the world. His true body couldn't be seen. Only a pair of eyes turned into green light, flickering in the darkness. It made one's heart go cold, and even their souls couldn't help but sink. What kind of powerful existence was this? No one could say for sure. They felt as if they would be destroyed just by looking at him. Their divine senses were unstable, and their Tao foundations were on the verge of collapse, heading towards decay. Pooh! He opened his mouth and spat out a streak of essence energy. It turned into a dazzling streak of light within the black clouds, hacking towards the Emperor of Fighting's jet-black metal rod, releasing a sky-shaking sound. Boundless mists filled the surroundings, and all types of divine chains of order broke apart. This strike destroyed everything. The collision between the two produced deafening ripples. One could see terrifying ripples spreading out from the 9 sacred mountains, covering the entire life-restricted region. It continuously collapsed. This was a terrifying great collapse. What a terrifying victorious fighting Buddha, daring to take action against an existence within the ancient forbidden region. The Black Emperor let out a long sigh. Immediately afterwards, they began to quickly flee again, shattering the void as they fled. It was because the terrifying fluctuations swept far into outer space. At the same time, the Emperor of Fighting's weapon was jolted high into the air and smashed into the wilderness outside. Who knew how many mountains were turned into dust? There was no suspense at all. It was complete destruction. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that it carried a wave of desolate aura. Many creatures in the mountain range immediately aged, their flesh drying up, turning into withered bones. Their lives approached the end. Chi! In the center of the forbidden zone of life, above the abyss, the figure looked down on the world. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out. Those were his eyes. They cut through the laws and the light of the path that filled the sky. He looked at Princess Divine Silkworm, sending her flying and coughing up blood. This was an extremely shocking scene. If not for the fact that the Divine Silkworm Princess was wearing her race's 9-colored battle armor, which flashed with a dreamy divine splendor at that moment, she would have definitely been pulverized. That's the archaic Emperor's battle armor. I really didn't expect such an existence to exist in this world, able to unleash such battle prowess and face the supreme Emperor weapon of the Divine Silkworm Ridge head-on. The monkey was horrified. At the same time, in the distant mountain range, the victorious fighting Buddha made his move again. He brandished the large metal rod and began to hack at the 9 sacred mountains, as if he really wanted to destroy this place. The jet-black metal rod was a piece of immortal metal that was personally refined by the Emperor of Fighting. Multicolored light shone brilliantly and auspicious chi surged. It was as if a sacred emperor had revived. It's my father's aura. At this moment, the monkey's eyes were brimming with tears. He immediately thought of his father and wanted nothing more than to return to the archaic era. The revival of the Supreme Emperor weapon. It was activated by the fearless victorious fighting Buddha. It was almost equivalent to the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fighting. He was probably the only one who could do this in this world. It was because this was his older brother's weapon. They had the same cultivation technique, and they were even descendants of the same bloodline. It could be said that they were of the same bloodline, allowing it to revive in the shortest amount of time. The jet-black immortal treasure metal rod radiated brilliantly in all directions. Boundless multicolored light gushed out from the rod's body, and there were even streaks of primal chaos descending from it. The will to fight could be felt throughout the ages. This was the unique aura of the sacred battling ape bloodline. A single word, battle, could shock the 9 heavens and crush the various worlds. This was the unique characteristic of the race that was the most proficient in battle. No one could compare to them. The Emperor of Fighting's supreme laws drowned out the ancient abyss, turning into boundless Tao power that wiped out all life. This was a world-shaking battle. It was displayed through the victorious fighting Buddha's hand and activated by the immortal treasure metal rod. It was as if the old sacred emperor of the past had reappeared. The towering black fog was about to be scattered. A figure flickered and finally appeared indistinctly. It was the silhouette of a person, but it was still impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The revival of the Emperor of Fighting's weapon made it so that he or she didn't dare to underestimate it. He stretched out a hand and drew out the order of heaven and earth, turning into a dense expanse of great Tao runes that faced the metal rod that had illuminated the ages. Yi Fan, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others all held their breaths. This kind of great battle was rarely seen since ancient times. It was truly a great fortune to be able to witness it. The ancient forbidden land had deterred the ages. Who could see through the true appearance of Mount Lu? Now, a living existence had walked out from within and was personally taking action. It was truly shocking. In reality, they really wanted to know what exactly was beneath the eternal abyss. Was it like the undying mountain with 2 or more terrifying existences? Rumble, the heaven and earth were resonating, and the great Tao was resonating. True dragons, vermilion birds, and all kinds of other immortal spirits appeared and danced in the great Tao divine laws. This battle evolved into a complicated and terrifying one. All kinds of strange scenes appeared and lingered under the heavens. Dong! That was the awakening of the deity within the Emperor of Fighting's weapon. A human figure rushed out to confront that existence. An extreme immortal light shot out, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Heavens, the ancient forbidden land is densely covered with formation patterns that are at least at the level of great ancient emperors. The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. At this moment, he finally saw some clues. All kinds of great Tao runes flickered and spread out from the 9 sacred mountains, dispelling the remnant waves of Tao laws released by the old sacred emperor's weapon. Otherwise, without the appearance of a Tao pattern of this level, not to mention this place, even the southern region would have most likely sunk. Because this was an attack unleashed by an awakened extreme Tao imperial weapon. The heavens and earth could split apart. It was simply unimaginable how powerful it was. We managed to escape this calamity. Otherwise, with how close we were, without the flickering of those Tao patterns, we would definitely have been turned into dust immediately. The monkey spoke. No one understood better than him how terrifying the old sacred emperor's weapon was. Your uncle really has a violent temper. He even dared to fight like this. Is he really not afraid of destroying the southern region? This is like the end of the world. Li Tian was speechless. He felt a kind of reverence for the monkey's uncle even though he had never seen him before. The Ji family's little moon's face was a bit pale. After coming back to her senses, she stuck out her tongue and stroked the fluffy golden phoenix. She was very nervous. The victorious fighting Buddha started a war in the ancient forbidden land like this, causing their family to feel threatened. If the southern region was destroyed, would the Ji family still be able to exist? In reality, at this moment, all the great ancient sects in the southern region felt a kind of shocking might. All of them were trembling with fear. Boom! In the Ji family, an ancient scripture rose up and released rays of auspicious light, protecting the entire ancient land of the family within. It was as if it had merged into the void and didn't belong to this world. At this moment, the expressions of all the elders in this ancient family were solemn. The extreme Dao imperial weapon gave a warning and the ancient mirror automatically protected the family. What did this mean? There was a great calamity in the southern region, and the power of the great ancient emperors was attacking. At the same time, within the wavering light's sacred land, dragon roars shook the 9 heavens. A huge black cauldron rose up and draconic patterns fell down. They flickered with dazzling light as if a black true dragon had been revived. The entire ancient land was protected by it, and a terrifying aura flowed out. This was the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, the greatest miracle in this world. The entire wavering light's sacred land was forged with the power of the entire sect. All the saints and disciples were of one mind, sincerely worshipping and refining it. After spending 50,000 years, it finally fused with the Tao on a stormy night. Even though there were rumors that an unparalleled existence descended on that terrifying rainy night filled with flashing lightning and rolling thunder, there was no evidence in the end, so no one believed it. In the southern region, within this life-forbidden zone, the deity nurtured within the immortal treasure Iron Rod was revived. Under the victorious fighting Buddha's urging, it was boundlessly domineering, sweeping through everything. Above the abyss, the blurry figure didn't make any big movements. His hand simply moved, bursting forth one rune after another. They collided with the black iron rod, creating sonorous sounds. That wasn't the sound of weapons colliding, but the rumbling of the great Tao. There was no more terrifying power than this. At this moment, no one dared to approach. Even if a saint came, they would have to suffer a grievance. Above the 9 sacred mountains, the black mist that overflowed into the heavens surged violently. That figure's eyes shifted, as if 10,000 years of time flowed past in the blink of an eye. The immortal treasure Iron Rod was trembling from the pressure, almost falling into the abyss. The victorious fighting Buddha is so powerful, able to fight against the existence below the abyss. Li Heishui sucked in a breath of cold air. You're wrong. In the current world, there is no one who can contend against Wang. The victorious fighting Buddha borrowed the power of the deity within the ancient emperor weapon, said the Black Emperor. Meanwhile, the monkey revealed a deep look of worry, worried for his uncle. An extreme Dao imperial weapon almost had the power of an archaic emperor, but the consumption was tremendous. How long could the victorious fighting Buddha last? Roar! At this moment, a great roar sounded. The mountains and rivers trembled, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and a crazy wave engulfed the entire great earth. This was a type of Dao roar. In the southern region, there wasn't a single powerful cultivator who wasn't horrified. No matter how far away they were, they all heard it. This was the perception of heaven, transmitted down through the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the mountain ridge, an old monkey displayed a type of dermic heaven and earth ancient technique. His body reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds, his entire body erupting with boundless divine light. He towered into the clouds, revealing his true body. He wasn't chanting the name of Buddha, but just like during the archaic era, his sharpness didn't diminish at all. He looked down on the world, his heroic appearance intimidating. The monkey's eyes immediately turned red, and tears rolled down. This was his uncle, just like his father, not fearing the heavens or the earth, crushing everything in his way. This was their clan. This kind of aura was unique and incomparable. In the forbidden ancient land, the divine silkworm princess had already fallen below the sacred mountain, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Protected by the 9-colored imperial clothes, she raised her head with great difficulty. Her face was pale, but her beautiful eyes flowed with extraordinary splendor. She muttered, "You are still you in the end. No matter what happens, the battle blood in your bones will never change."